Liverpool are back on their perch once again, the champions of the Premier League. Liverpool Football Club are champions again.
What a season, what a team, what a weekend we have enjoyed already. Liverpool champions of England for a record equalling 20th time. Denied the opportunity to celebrate like this 5 years ago. We are certainly making up for lost time this afternoon. Very good afternoon to you. Welcome along to our Champions Parade. We have got so much to look forward to over the course of the next 5 hours or so before the buses make their way onto the Strand. Just to our left, in the company of four men looking increasingly chilly, it has to be said. It doesn't feel like the end of May, does it? Jason McAteer, Gary McAllister, Neil Mellor and Ray Houghton are alongside me. Jason had dressed for the Monaco Grand Prix but has found a jacket down the back of the wardrobe. Wasted. Totally wasted that, isn't it? We will hear from the boys in great detail throughout the course of the next few hours, and also along some familiar faces this afternoon is Mark Benstead.
Thank you, Rob. Yeah, with the masses gathered on the streets below us and us on a balcony overlooking the city, we felt it only right to have some royalty alongside to oversee proceedings. So we have a Queen of Merseyside in Sue Johnston with us to make sure we're all in check, and plenty of other well-known faces as well from stage and screen. And we want to make sure we've got all the bases covered. So we've got the national and local media to offer their opinions on this league's success, and of course, plenty of fan opinions as well, including a couple behind me whose lives are literally being shaped by their love of Liverpool Football Club. I'll explain more a little bit later on.
Mark, thank you very much indeed. As I said, there are already thousands of people down on the Strand wearing red, waving their flags. It will be a little while, though, before they get to see those buses. But let's just show you, shall we, the route that the bus will be taking. This is where all the budget's gone, it has to be said. The Champions Parade starts at about 2:30 on Allerton Maze this afternoon. It will go down Queen's Drive for about 5 kilometres, past the Five Ways roundabout. Busy there, we would expect, the Rocket Flyover, and then past the Navigator pub, another busy junction, onto the Jolly Miller pub. That is where the parade will leave Queen's Drive after about 5 kilometres. We'll continue on to Millbank, West Derby Road, and then Rocky Lane, past the Olympia. There's been some famous nights there over the years, and then into the city centre, down Islington and Hunter Street. That is where we get to around 10 kilometres into our route this afternoon. Right onto Byron Street, then onto Leeds Street. We will see fireworks from some famous landmarks, because that will signify that we are getting pretty close to the Strand. So after heading down Leeds Street, it will be the Strand. We'll see the full effect of the parade. We think about 5:30, 6 o'clock this evening, all the way past the Three Graces, including the Liver Building, past the Albert Dock, and at the end of 15 kilometres, all of these fans will get to see that famous moment of the buses coming past and the heroes that have been made this season holding that Premier League trophy. Liverpool have had a good few weeks to prepare for this, so the bus is looking very good indeed. The final touches have been made to that bus before it starts on its merry way from Allerton Road in about, an hour and a half's time. And we have reporters all the way round the route looking to speak to the supporters who have come out in their numbers this afternoon.
Yeah, we're here on Allerton Road. This is the very start of the parade route, and as you can see behind me, thousands of people already out here ready to watch the bus. They've been out here since first thing this morning, getting the very best spot to view the bus as it goes past. We reckon around about 2:30, that is when it all gets underway down here. Then the bus heads down Queen's Drive, down that way, all the way into town to the Strand, which of course is the crescendo of the celebrations today. We're going to follow it every single step of the way and chat to fans as we go.
Red all across the city centre today, and there will be Reds fans coming from far and wide. They have travelled hundreds of miles to be here today, and I will have the pleasure of speaking to a couple, and afterwards we will be heading over to the Jolly Miller before we head back down to the Strand for the big celebrations. Stay tuned, because it is going to be epic.
Epic it is. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
How are you?
Very good. Yourself?
Yeah, I'm all right. I'm a little bit fragile. I did contemplate at one point coming straight here from where I was.
Luckily, it wouldn't show in your performance either way. But I did say at the top of the show, Jason, we were denied this opportunity after a league title 5 years ago, when everyone had to sit in their houses and celebrate Liverpool ending that 30-year wait. This is making up for lost time this afternoon.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, we obviously had the tour and the parade when we won the Champions League, which was another messy one because it was straight back from Madrid, wasn't it? Where we literally got off the planes, got changed in the hotel, and the lads got on the bus and came through. I think it was 700,000 turned up that day. I think they're expecting a few more, aren't they, around the million mark? But it's just, we were just talking about where people are taking the spots. I drove in from the M62 today, and they're actually from the end of the M62 all the way into town. People, it's just, the streets are lined with red. It's unbelievable what we've got in store.
Yeah, I was actually driving up from London this morning, even at Warwick services about 8:30. 90% of the people in there had their Liverpool shirts on. You could tell this is where they were heading to celebrate, Ray, what is the pinnacle, becoming a league champion.
Well, not just that, but it's the 20th league title as well to equal Manchester United. I think that was hugely important as well, but it's glorious just to see the red around the city. You know, I came on the train from Southport, and luckily I got a seat and I got to the train station early, but it was just awash with Liverpool fans. Yeah, they missed out 5 years ago, but they want to come and celebrate, which has been an outstanding season. When you look at what the manager's done coming into the job, you know, this is his first year in charge of the club itself, and the job that he's done in his backroom staff has been incredible. What I loved about what I seen today, Rob, was loads of kids, because they're the future fans of Liverpool Football Club. They want to see and to feel what it's like to be champions, and they're going to have that today, watching the team go around with the trophy. It should be an exceptional day.
Just on that point then about the youngsters, that is a thing that's worth remembering, that in your time and just before that became a staple diet, didn't it? Winning the league title pretty much every season. There are so many people who will never have seen Liverpool lift a league title, or certainly not been in the stadium when they did it like they did yesterday.
Yeah, it was absolutely incredible. I watched it yesterday. I thought it was sensational. You know, the players, the enjoyment that they had, they missed that out on that 5 years ago when there was no one in the ground when they got the trophy. But yesterday was different. You know, every player got a hold of that trophy, and they took it up to the fans and just thanked them for the support over the course of the season. And there was 60,000 in there. They could have doubled, trebled, whatever number you wanted, times it by. There were so many people who wanted to be there and be part of the occasion, because you've got to remember moments like this. These are things that will live with you for the rest of your life. These are defining moments, changing moments for youngsters as well, who are Liverpool supporters. So I'm so proud of the team and what they've achieved this season.
How was it for you yesterday?
It's quite emotional, to be honest. Like Ray said, I mean, you know, nothing's guaranteed, is it? Certainly in life, but certainly in football as well. We might never do this again. Hopefully we will, and you know,
hopefully it'll be about 5 degrees warmer.
Yeah, a little bit more sun. But yeah, I mean, you've got to savour them, haven't you? And I think, you know, being a fan now, you know, we've obviously played for the football club, but we're very much fans of the game and fans of the team. And you know, when you're with your mates and your work colleagues, and you know, I said yesterday, nothing's given. And it's not given overnight. To win a league title, it takes 9 months, and it's 9 months of hard work for everybody. You know, there's a team behind the team, lots of preparation. You know, all the staff, all the effort that goes into it from all the departments of the football club. The fans going away. You know, the money that they spend now it's just amazing when you're given something to celebrate, but you're with the people that you want to celebrate with. It's lovely.
And just a special word about the manager. Because I thought yesterday he epitomised what he's been about all season. Yeah. Not about him. It's about the team. It's about the club. It's about the fans. You know, he went up in the end and he, you know, took the trophy to the supporters. But overall, he wanted to be on the sidelines with his staff. He wanted the players to enjoy it, because they're the ones that have worked hard every day in training, every game that they've played in, to get where they are, to pick up the trophy.
You just mentioned it, sorry to cut you off, but obviously we were privileged to be pitch side, and we were on the ground with the players. It was funny, like, you'd look over here and like Virgil had detached himself and was sitting on on the pitch, just looking at it and taking it all in. He wasn't filming. He was just savouring the moment. And then you'd look over there, and McAllister would be there, and Gravenberch would be over there, and then they were just literally little pockets detached, just thinking, this is amazing. And then the one that got me was Trent. I know we'll talk about it, but when he was in tears. Yeah, that set me off. I mean, it doesn't take a lot to set me off.
I was going to say.
That really set me off, yeah.
We'll talk a lot about the current players and, of course, the manager throughout the course of the afternoon, but one other person who was involved, which felt so lovely, so significant yesterday, Alan Hansen.
Yeah, Big Al, obviously. I played with Alan for a number of years, actually. I was his roommate. Well, I was his gopher. I used to make the tea, go run and get his chocolate, get his crisps, whatever he wanted, I'd go and do it. But I learnt so much. Being in the room with him about the game of football. I was a pro for 20 years, but I probably learnt as much in the time I was with Alan any other time in my career. Great fella, brilliant to see him back healthy and well, and the joy in his face yesterday. And I thought it was him and Virgil, when he gave Virgil the trophy, that was a special moment for me. Because Alan's done so much for this football club. He lives and breathes Liverpool. He's won so much. But the joy in his face yesterday giving Virgil the trophy was absolutely
But the
brilliant.
respect Virgil.
Yeah.
Virgil. I mean, there's a bit, obviously, the debate, isn't there? Who's the best?
Well, I was going to say, if you're picking an all-time 11 of Liverpool Football Club, is that the centre-half pairing, do you think, Virgil van Dijk and Alan Hansen?
Oh, Lotto was good, wasn't it?
So
You'd have to be.
There'll be a lot in the frame,
Yeah.
but if you were to really say, you've only got two to pick, I think most would go for Alan and Virgil.
Just with what Jason was talking about there, when there were players having their own moments, their own celebrations yesterday, is it something you associate with yourself, that you remember the big moments of success in your career and how you took them in?
Well, I was trying to think back to when we, won things and we went round the town. I don't remember it being like this. I said this the other day, I'm pretty jealous of what's going on.
Yeah, we said
because
that.
I think it's really gone on to a different level now. The way that the club run it. I thought it was done brilliantly yesterday. All the support staff came out beforehand, then the manager, then the players, and it just everything about it was first class. And even when I go back to when they beat Spurs, that day to win the league title, just the empathy between the players and the fans, and the way they were singing to each other. I'm thinking, I never did anything like that, and I really missed out on that. I must admit, when I looked, I thought, I wish we were like that back then. I wish we had that rapport. There was a different rapport because of the way that football's moved on. But I thought that was absolutely sensational, as was yesterday. Just the way it was run, it was absolutely first class.
I spoke to Jan Molby in the press room yesterday, and I went, oh, what a day. And he went, oh, it's a bit different than when. And I said, why? And he went, he said, so just to put it into like terms of today, so when we won at Tottenham, they would have presented the Premier League trophy to them, or the league trophy to them when they won it at Tottenham this season, that kind of thing. And I said, well, what happens on the last day of the season? And he said they used to get an old table from the boot room, stick it in the centre spot and put the trophy on top, and we used to run out to it, and it'd be like, where's the table in the boot room? Who's got the table?
There's that trestle table gone, yeah.
Crazy.
It was even like, sorry, just to add to that, it was even like when I won my first league title in 87, 88, I didn't get my medal until the start of the next season, and it came in a cardboard box. And Ronnie Moran went round the group and said, "Did you play 12 games this season? Yep, yeah, you can have one." Threw the medal at you.
Yeah.
What about you, son? Only 11. Unlucky, maybe next season. And that's how you got my first medal, was winning the title. That's how I got it. And I just thought, is this how it works? Only at Liverpool. I'm glad to see things have changed dramatically since then. And as I say, I thought just the last few weeks, the way that the club have gone about it and the professionalism that was shown, and today is going to be another marker for that as well. It's going to be sensational.
Well, we've asked the boys to give out some end-of-season awards, which we'll have a look at very shortly. But let's, for the first time, head over to Mark and his couch of special guests.
Yeah, thank you, Rob. I've got to admit, I don't think I'm alone in being on this sofa thinking I've made a mistake regarding my clothing choices, and I can't believe I've got one of Britain's most loved actresses cowering in the corner alongside with a scarf. And Sue, you're a trooper, an absolute trooper.
Only for Liverpool.
I'll get to why do these kind of days mean so much to you? Because people watching at home, I think, what a life she's had, what a life she's got. She's worked with all these great people, but it's an amazing project. Been so privileged to be part of so many things. Why do you want to go out and watch the trophy come through the city on a day like this? Why is it so special to you?
I suppose it's part of my life. It's just, I've been a fan all my life since my dad took me, and it's in your heart, you know. It's just, that's what Liverpool means, the city, the club. It's part of you, so they've brought joy to us this season, so I'm here to give it back, even though, thank you very much, weather.
Yeah, the weather has deserted us spectacularly here so far. Yeah. I'm hoping it brightens up, but I fear it's not going to. But we'll soldier on.
Thank God for a scarf.
Exactly. You know, and Jamie said off camera, things could be much worse. You know, we could have finished 15th, 16th, and lost Europa League final the last week or so. So which would we rather have? I can endure a bit of rain. You know, you're a massive fan, so we see you going on the European aways. You're always part of it. It is a huge part of your life. It's not just something you say. It's just something that's been there all the way through and is a constant. Yeah,
it is a constant. And you know, I've got friends that you've met, you know, that you've sat next to in the stands. You have it's part of your life, and it's been a long life. And so I'm proud of it, and I'm also proud, you know. It's good to be here for the people who can't be here, you know, and the people that you love. What can I say? I'm just repeating myself. I can't see through my specs because they're covered in rain. I'm bloody freezing. And I'm hungover from yesterday. So what can you do?
Well, there you go. I'm all aboard that idea, but I don't think you're alone in that either, by the way. There's a few people dotted through today's show who are feeling a bit worse for wear, but just power through it, get back on it, it'll be fine. Jamie Webb says, you know, you've been part of so many of these celebrations in the last few seasons. This is kind of what it's all about, is that these days are to be treasured, are to be kind of remembered as being and so special.
You don't forget them.
No, that's
Sorry,
it.
James.
No, don't be. Never apologise. you are the queen here. Don't worry about that. Look, I've obviously had an amazing ride over the past, 7-8 years with Liverpool. You know, playing doing the fan zones and stuff like that. But the Premier League's the one that we all wanted for a long time. The Premier League's the trophy that, that's the song, the live bird upon my chest. It's a team that wins the championship in May, and I'm 31 years of age, and for the first time we won the Premier League, the championship, was behind locked doors. So this weekend means, to quote Liverpool FC, it does mean so much more. I've drove down West Derby Road this morning and I couldn't help tearing up, just seeing all the families lining the streets so early, playing all the songs, hearing my voice bellowing off boom boxes all over and beeping everyone, and it was just you can't put it into words. I stood there with my dad in the Upper Kenny yesterday and watched us lift the trophy together. My brother was at the Tottenham game with him there, and it's to quote me new single, these are the days I'll always remember, and it was just it was phenomenal, and I'm just proud to be a Liverpool. I think we all are. We're proud to be Liverpool fans. We're proud to have this club in our heart, and I'm just made up I've got the weather permitting, but I'm just made up that I've got the chance to celebrate today with all these amazing people as well.
We just saw some of the shots then of some of your past performances, what you did in Madrid and what you've done since, some of the big events you've been part of on this journey. Have you got a point after doing those shows where you've taken a step back and gone, wow, and just recalled all the images? Do you look at the pictures that were taken and watch stuff and go, wow, that was incredible. Like Shevchenko Park is just mind-blowing stuff. It was at the time, but even watching it now in Ukraine, it's just...
It's funny because anyone in any career, I think they always think about what's coming next all the time. You're just focused on moving on to the next thing. But it's when I do things like this, when I talk to fans, when I get memories on Facebook or on my phone, and the pictures come back, and you have a little look every now and again. The goosebumps never ever fail to start. To come. It's just, like I say, I've been one of the luckiest boys in the world to do what I've been doing over the last few years. The only thing I could have done to have topped it was to be in centre midfield in Jurgen's team, and I realised when I was about 13 or 14 that was never going to happen. So I turned to music. But look. Whether it rains, shines, snows, storms today, this city is going to party because it's our right. It's our right to have this day. We feel like it was taken away from us 5 years ago. This is our right to show, our support for the club, show everyone, show the world, show the country how Liverpool can party. And I think the rain adds to it, to be honest. We have been renowned for our spirit of defiance throughout the years, and I think today we'll just emulate that. And just how lucky we all are to be involved in it.
You mentioned earlier you've had this amazing journey, sort of 7-8 years where it was. You were pretty much the soundtrack to Jurgen's time in charge. Slightly more distance from this season, you're kind of maybe a little away from it a little bit. Has it been a bit different for you, just not being the constant, because you were literally every game, your songs, your voice was around everything. Not saying you're not part of it now, but maybe it's a little bit more distance.
No, it has. Over the season, you know, there's times where you miss it. And I missed 3 months of the season because I was touring and I wasn't in the country for most of it. But, you know, I remember just looking at some of the away wins, and obviously I'm a home and away lad. I've seen Gibbo and all the other lads in the away ends for years, and my brother's 10 years younger than me now. And he's basically living the life that I lived, minus the singing. Probably a bit more drinking as well. And you know, he's doing it now, and it's just, I've been sat there, even though I'm playing in front of, you know, thousands of people all over the world and whatnot. I still think, oh God, I wish I was in that away end today. But no, look, thankfully, I've been able to play my part over the weekend. I've done an evening with Rafa on Friday, which was amazing. And my favourite gig of the year, which is one I always try and do, is the Boss Kids event. So we had 3,500 kids in the exhibition centre yesterday morning before the game. And it's the most soul-warming thing you can ever do. It's just to see the next generation of, hopefully, me coming through, and, you know, the next generation of all of us coming through, you know, 4, 5, 6, 7, up to 14 years of age, absolutely going bananas. They make more noise than the cop. And you know, it was just, I've said it about 4 times already, I'm just lucky. And no matter what part I can play in any part of Liverpool's success story, as long as I'm there as a fan for some part of the way, that's all that matters, because that's all we all are, really. You could say I'm the soundtrack to this, I'm the soundtrack to that, but I'm just a fan like everybody else. You know, I still go to the game, I still have the same feelings of nerves before the game, the same feelings of ecstasy after the game, you know what I mean, the same feelings of disappointment when we lose, which is not very often. But you know, I'm just here for the ride, and whatever part I can play, I'll play it.
So that's the great thing, is that, you know, Jay mentioned the next generation of fans coming through, and we spoke about it a bit pitch side yesterday. Just what's been great to see is new generations are getting to sample this success, because there were sort of decades where kids were getting brought up, hearing the stories, but not being able to be part of it properly. But the generations coming through now are getting a taste of it, and today's another example of it, and that's brilliant to see.
Yeah, they're all out there. You could see them.
He's bring the mic up.
I'm sorry, you could see them all in the in the street with the dads. But I still love seeing young kids going to the game with the mums and dads, and you know, I've got a little niece who loves, well, a great niece, and she is already bursting to go. You know, she's 2. And you think, yeah, this is fantastic. We've sort of like bred her like that. She's got to do it. All my grandchildren have had, two of my grandchildren are big Liverpool supporters, and I've been able to bring them to the game, which is wonderful. And so, yeah, that generation will come on. It's just great to see them and to know that will go on, and there's nothing. I mean, I used to love going with my dad. Those memories, they really mean so much to you, don't they? The memories, and being with my dad, and, you know, my cousin who died, you know, you just, they all belong there. It's about more
than just the football, isn't it? It's the people you've loved and lost as well. It's you know, it's a connection to the past as well, in a nice way.
And you get that with You Never Walk Alone. Because the emotion when we sing that, last night when we sang it, after the giving of the cup, it was sensational. I mean, it is every time, isn't it? Every time, at every game. Nobody can beat that. The emotion that comes out of the crowd singing that, and the stillness of the scarves and everything, it's just stunning. And it means everybody's got their own thoughts when they're singing it, which is about who they've been with, who comes, games they've seen, but yes, who they've stood on those terraces with. It just means so much.
Yeah, I always say these memories made on weekends like this, it's real wealth. You know, that's what, these are the things we should strive for when our time's up, to have all these memories in our heads. It doesn't matter about, you know, what's in your bank account or anything like this. It's where were you, who were you with,
yes.
You know what I mean, how did you feel?
Yeah.
And that is life. That's why we're all so lucky to be experiencing this now. It's this weekends like this, even in the rain, on this balcony in the wind, this is real wealth, ladies and gentlemen, you know what I mean? This is what we live for. It's for these times with our loved ones and our friends and families, and long may it continue under Arnie Slot.
Well, that's it, yeah. The hope is that more will come. What I think's been really good, Jimmy, is the kind of pride in the city. I heard your new single the other day, and it felt like that pride was in that song as well. You know, across the river, it felt like that was kind of an embodiment of everyone's feeling at the moment.
Yeah, well, we all share that pride. We're a city that champions each other, because we're a city that hasn't been championed from outside by too many people for many years, and and like I say, defiance. We're defiant. Liverpool's such a small city, and compared to some of the massive cities in Europe and across the world, and here we are swinging digs in sport, culture, art, everything that we do, and it's down to the spirit of the people. It's down to the will to defy the odds. Like I'm saying, this defiance, and yeah, that's what this season, that's what this weekend has been all about. It's about showing people who we are, and being proud of that. And I wear me Scouse badge everywhere I go, and I try and put it into every song I write as well. And I think you've got to do that. I think you should put who you are into everything that you do, and that's what the lads have done on the pitch this year. That's what everyone's been doing behind the scenes. All the people here, they put themselves, they put the passion, they put the love into what they do, and that's how they excel. And yeah, why wouldn't you want to show that off? Why wouldn't you want to be proud of that? Why wouldn't you want to sing from the rooftops? I'm a Scouser and I'm proud of it. Why wouldn't you want to, show your love for Liverpool FC? It's these things that happen on weekends like this, they're literally unrivaled, they're unchallenged. You can't do it anywhere else.
Well, that's it. Soon we saw, coming in today, we've all been travelling to get here today, and the people were out on the way, the motorways, scarves out the window like it's a cup final, coming into the street. People are walking down the street, carrying foldable chairs, bag of cans. That was like 9:30, 10 in the morning. People are here on the Strand already, set up, waiting for the bus to come. In this weather, like, it is kind of bonkers in some ways, but also ridiculously admirable as well.
It's bonkers, but it's great. Yeah, and they'll never forget it. And probably look at them already. Oh my God, it's amazing. Oh, I love it. It was great yesterday going to the match and going through Anfield and seeing all the flags and just the decorations people were covering. All the houses were covered. It was just, it's like a festival. It's and seeing them, yes, they will be drenched tonight, but they won't care.
Drenched but be happy.
Yeah.
John, you're a veteran of many a celebration. What's your parade strategy? Is it pick a vantage point and stick to it, or is it go down the route? How are you approaching today, and how do you approach these occasions?
Well, it's got a little bit different over the years because I've got 2 young kids now, so I'll try and watch a bit of the earlier part with them, and then come into town and enjoy the madness of what's down there. But to be honest, I wouldn't worry too much about being in the right place, because wherever you are, it will be fantastic, and wherever you are, there'll be people smiling. There's bits that are obviously busier than others, and that might suit people or not. It's just there and there. Right on cue for you from Desire down there. I don't know, there's some sound system someone's got. Absolutely fair play, but wherever you are, it's going to be brilliant. And whether you've been to 1,000 games or 1 game, it doesn't matter. You don't need credits to come to the parade. You don't need to have anything. You just need to get out there and get your little bit of pavement and brave the weather and celebrate this team, because like the others have said, they deserve celebrating, and they put everything into this season. So yeah, we'll get out there and say thank you.
You guys at the Anfield Wrap have made the most of it, let's put it that way. Your billboards are getting notoriety. The one in Manchester has got a lot of attention. Are you at all concerned about blowback down the line? Right, because they might have a good season again at some point.
I mean, I don't think Manchester United have much to worry about anytime soon. No, listen. If it's aids right, you've got to cop for it, and in the past we've had to. But like Jamie says, when it's there, you've got to enjoy it. You know what I mean? You've got to make the most of it, and that's enjoying it ourselves. And then sometimes it's poking a bit of fun as well. But let's not worry about the future. Let's just celebrate today. And it's the 20th Premier League. It's absolutely brilliant. And this team have been phenomenal. And I think the best is still to come from this team. The manager's only had a year. And what he's done with this squad, with very few additions, is fantastic. So a few more of his players in the summer, and I think we might be even better. Next year we might be doing another billboard in Manchester next May.
But that's the thing, isn't it? A little bit, the fact that maybe this isn't just the end of something. It could be a start of a whole new cycle of success. That's the kind of hope, and maybe what there is an indication could be possible.
Yeah, it is, because I think the squad's a really good age. Obviously, there's a couple of the players who are older who've just got the new contracts, but they don't look like they're going anywhere. You know, Mo Salah and Virgil are still performing at such a high level. Obviously, we're all on tender hooks on Joyce's tweets, waiting to see who's coming in the summer and things like that. We've all got them on alert to see who's sort of next to come in. But whoever does come in, they're lucky to play for this club. And like Shank says, they're fortunate to play in front of them fans down there. And I think they'll see this today and they'll think, I want to be part of that. You know, I might have other offers from other clubs, but I want some of that. I want to be able to win with these players at this club and have these celebrations. So it's huge today for everything. It's huge for us. It's huge if you enjoy it, but it's massive, I think, for the reputation worldwide of this football club as well. And the city looks amazing, and these pictures go around the world.
Certainly does. It is a fantastic advert for this city on days like this. It does go global. Everyone sees it. Everyone wants a bit of it. They're all jealous of it, got to be honest. Okay, let's break off my position here just now and head out down into the city and get a feel from our reporters on the ground about what is happening across the place, because things are getting lively across Merseyside.
I am with another massive Liverpool fan. Name's Bobby. Familiar settings, isn't it? Si, senor.
Give the ball to Bobby and he will score.
Absolutely, lad. We love that. Okay, Bobby, where have you come from today, mate?
Kirby, Liverpool.
Kirby. So you're a local lad. Yeah. You know how much this means for us. It means more, doesn't it?
Yeah, it means the absolute world. Like, we've won the league with all the fans here, because obviously when we won it, we were in COVID.
And now we're in front of all of these fans. It feels amazing. It has been an incredible couple of weeks. If you could tell me the highlight of your season, what do you think it'd be?
Probably when we played Tottenham at home, when we beat them 5-1 for the league, obviously. It was
great performance, wasn't it?
Yeah, McAllister's superstar.
He is. And is he one of your favourite players?
Yeah, him and Gravenberch are my favourites.
Him and Gravenberch, fantastic. Well, Bobby, I hope you enjoy it with your family, mate. Make some memories for a lifetime, okay?
Up the Reds!
Up the Reds. You've heard it here. Up the Reds.
Yeah, we're on Allerton Road. I've got 19-year-old Oscar alongside me who's providing the entertainment here. He's got his guitar out. What an atmosphere we've got down here this morning.
Yeah, it's been brilliant. I mean, I got up at about 8 o'clock this morning and there was like people lining the streets even early on this morning. So, yeah, it's going to be a great day. Hopefully the weather stays nice for us and then we can have a party with the Reds.
It's going to be a huge party. I said to Oscar, have you come far for this? It turns out you've come literally about 10 metres because your house is just down the road.
Yeah.
You're a massive Liverpool fan. You couldn't be there yesterday, but you were at the Spurs game, so you've had your big moment there, and another one today.
Yeah, I was at the Spurs game a few weeks ago. Tried to get to as many games this season, but honestly, the whole season's been brilliant. Like, just the support from the fans. I think that the team, honestly, they've been fantastic, especially coming off losing Jürgen last year. It's really unexpected. I said to some of my mates at the start of the season that maybe if we just got top 4 and maybe a cup run, we'd be happy, but I don't think anyone really expected us to win the league title, and it's been amazing. So
it makes it all the more sweet, doesn't it, days like today, because maybe we weren't quite expecting Arne Slot to have had the effect he has done in such a short amount of time.
No, yeah, honestly, he's been brilliant since the moment he came in. He just didn't really sign many players. He only got Federico Chiesa in, but honestly, he's just got an extra 10% out of the lads that we didn't seem to have last season, that we couldn't get over the line, but he's managed to do it, and 20 league titles now for overtaking United, and it's brilliant. It's going to be a brilliant rest of the day.
It's all going very well. So the sirens just drowned you out there, but listen, it would be remiss of me not to ask you for a little tune, because you've got your guitar there and you're an absolute star, so take it away, please.
Incredible scenes across the city, and these will only grow and grow across the course of the day. And when the bus actually gets its way down here to the Strand behind us, I think it's going to be absolute bedlam in the nicest possible sense. Well, I said earlier, we've got a couple who are united and driven by the love of Liverpool Football Club. Well, you guys are certainly it. Explain to us your story first and foremost. What brought you together? You come from the Netherlands. Tell us how you two are united, how you've been brought to be one.
We met each other at a gig with the Flemish Reds. and they had a party. I think it was with Fowler that time. That was the first glimpse of Kim that I saw. And then another gig, and the story goes on.
And you realise you both love Liverpool just as much as each other?
Yeah, we absolutely do. Liverpool's been a passion for all my life. It's been his passion all his life, and now we get to share it together, so there's no better thing than that.
Because you've just got married, but not only just got married in this city. Talk to us about, explain to us all the different Liverpool parts of your wedding, because it's quite incredible.
Yeah, so Bruce Robillard walked me down the aisle.
Right, so Bruce Grobbelaar walked you down the aisle.
Yes. And Sammy Lee was his best man, or one of the two best men. And we've gotten to know them over the years because we go to Hotel Tia, Hotel Enfield a lot when we go to the games. And we've gotten to know them very well. And when we invited them to the wedding and asked them to be a special part, they said yes straight away. And it was absolutely amazing.
Okay, and that wasn't the end. There's more Liverpool bits and pieces to the day. Explain what else happened in your Liverpool wedding wonderland. You've been to the mural as well.
Yeah, to the mural. There was a gift from Sammy and Bruce. They brought us with the painter to the mural from Virgil. And we could actually go on the escalator and spray it a little bit.
Okay, wow.
So we helped out with that mural.
Helped
on that
make
day.
one of the murals that surround Anfield as well. Incredible. What things didn't get past? What things did you try and do that didn't quite make it? Were there other Liverpool things you wanted to do to take it up another level even, or were you quite satisfied to have Bruce, Sammy, the mural, being in Liverpool, being here for this? Was that enough Liverpool for you?
That was more than enough for us. It went viral that day as well when we helped out with the mural, and there was people saying, "Oh, you're on social media, get 70,000," and was like, we're having our wedding. That wasn't even supposed to happen, but we're glad we did. It did.
In the nicest possible sense. Are you mad? It's all a bit bonkers. Like some people go, that's incredible, but it's also a lot of football team. Or is that just how much you love Liverpool? How important it is to your relationship?
Liverpool.
Yeah. Is that the why you were so keen to?
It's all for us. It's everything for us. The passion, the emotion. Especially the wins, also the losses, the bonding with comrades all over the world, coming to the city where we love this city, we love these people, and it's a fantastic place to be. Every time again.
Brilliant. Well, Kim, brilliant to have you here. Hope you have a fabulous life together and enjoy the rest of your honeymoon, which is taking place here around the parade, albeit in the rain. I'm sure you'll have a fabulous day. That's us done for just a moment. Let's head back to Rob and the guys for a sec.
Mark, thank you very much. It is still raining a little bit here, but hopefully it will clear up for a couple of hours. Plenty of ways to enjoy the Champions Parade this afternoon, wherever you are. If you're you can still enjoy the show on the move. It's of course on LFC TV. It's on all Reds video as well, which is the outfit formerly known as LFC TV Go, and you can enjoy the parade live across our social platforms as well. We'll get the thoughts of Neil and Gary very shortly. Let's just quickly remind you again one more time of the route, which starts at 2:30 this afternoon from Allerton Maze, makes its way onto Queen's Drive, past the Five Ways roundabout, over the Rocket Flyover, and on past the Navigator pub. We'll get to the Jolly Miller pub and then leave Queen's Drive down onto Millbank and West Derby Road, onto Rocky Lane, all the way down past the Olympia and the city centre, down Islington and Hunter Street. A little bit of a chicane onto Leeds Street, getting closer to the Strand, turning from Leeds Street then onto the Strand, and we will see a sea of red, which is already taking place actually, aside from a few brollies and a few more anoraks as well down there at about 5:30. 6 o'clock this afternoon. So here we are at the end of May as Liverpool have delivered another league title. It all started back in August with sights of glory for Arne Slot and his team, and these are the magical moments that saw Liverpool's 2020 vision become crystal clear.
It's the first day of the Premier League season. It's all about the new Liverpool, Arne Slot's Liverpool, and this is where the test really does begin. And Davis got a toe, but not enough to stop Mohamed Salah. Now Diaz goes for a goal and finds it. Salah! there again. It's a moment of wizardry from Darwin Nunez. Towards Konate, goal! And it's Diogo Jota. And the ball delivered, and here's Jones, and scores! Nunez, Salah, goal! Outstanding from Liverpool. Liverpool's tails are up. Salah! Salah all the way and slams the ball home. And this incredible start to the season continues. Supporters arriving! It's Cody Gakpo for Liverpool! And Mohamed Salah scores for Liverpool. Salah! Yes! Yes! This is Diogo Jota. Lovely turn. Jota! Yes! Incredible! Luis Diaz. Oh, that's it. They've got a 6th goal now. There's the F. Oh, yes! Oh, yes, Cody Gakpo. And now Diogo Jota. And Liverpool have inflicted more capital punishment. Goal! Brilliant as well. Diogo Jota is right underneath. Oh, would you believe it? Harvey Elliott opened up for Nunez again here. Oh, it's outstanding. What a goal from Dominic Szoboszlai. Salah again. There is an inevitability about this fella. Salah's ball in, and the header from McAllister is wondrous. And it might still come to Luis Diaz, who scores. Alexander-Arnold shoots! It's in! Get in! Now would be a good time to get a goal from a corner. Not many better than Van Dijk and Konate. They've just changed it, and it's going to come back, and Liverpool score. It's Mohamed Salah.
Diaz was like the one obvious target. It is Dominic Szoboszlai, and Liverpool hit the front.
Luis Diaz on a really good run. Yes! That's brilliant. It's brilliant from Diogo Jota. Yes! A moment of quality and a moment of class unlocks the Everton door on Derby Day. Kudus, oh, that's brilliant. Alisson's got a little touch to tip it onto the crossbar. McAllister takes again. It's there! It's Virgil van Dijk to the rescue for Liverpool. The captain rises highest. Liverpool have got the goal. Trent Alexander-Arnold.
Liverpool 1 win away from the league title.
That's McAllister. He packs those boots with rockets. There's the smile you've been waiting for. There's the celebration you've been waiting for. Liverpool are the champions of the Premier League, back on their perch. Once again, the Kings of England. That's Salah. Szoboszlai, brilliant take. Across goal, Luis Diaz, 2-0. Glorious, glorious Liverpool goal. Szoboszlai. There goes Darwin Nunez. Gakpo's arriving. Salah. Goal for Liverpool. Goal from Mohamed Salah. This season is Liverpool's season. Liverpool Football Club are champions again. It was always Liverpool.
So there you go then, Virgil van Dijk lifting that Premier League trophy aloft at Anfield yesterday, the 18th different captain to win the Premier League. Gary McAllister was a league champion before football was invented in 1992, Gary, back in the good old days. Can you explain how difficult it is to win a league title?
Well, it's very difficult because it's obviously over 38 games, and it's a year's nearly a year of football where you've got to have consistency. You've got to have people who are scoring goals. You've got to have defenders who are defending the goal. You need a goalkeeper to be top drawer. It takes everything, and for me, it takes everybody within the club to win a league. You know, right from the top, from the owners to the to the coaches, to the manager, the players, the people who wash the kit, the canteen staff. You need everybody to go and win a league.
And what an achievement, Neil, to do it with 4 games to go, to do it so comfortably and be so dominant as Liverpool have been.
Yeah, I think 12 months ago we were all stood here thinking, what next when Jurgen left? Top 3 we thought we would be to compete for the title. Thought, yeah, maybe, but it's gone better than everybody would have expected. And to do it so comfortably. There's not been many times this season where you thought, Liverpool are getting pushed. We have to win this game. In previous seasons, when it was a battle with Man City, we had to win to keep that pressure. There's been nobody really putting us under pressure. So it's felt comfortable. And like you say, 4 games to go. It was a question of when will it happen, not if it will happen. So credit to the lads.
I just thought it was a wee bit disrespectful when people were saying it wasn't a good league and teams weren't in form. You know, Man City had problems with injuries and Arsenal didn't do this and the other teams didn't do that. I thought Liverpool were outstanding.
I think that was, to me, that has been
cheap.
absolutely garbage.
Yeah.
And I think actually it was reflected yesterday, Neil, when you think about the race for the Champions League, and Villa were beaten by the team who started the day just above the relegation zone, Manchester United, and Newcastle were beaten at home by Everton. That shows you how good the league is pretty much all the way down.
Without a doubt, if you're not at it, there are enough teams in this Premier League to take points off you. And that's what makes Liverpool's achievement even better. The fact that Liverpool have gone to a cup final, the League Cup, had to deal with those extra games, had to deal with the Champions League, extra games as well, and then be at it again in some tough away games, thinking Brentford, Bournemouth away, teams that are tough places to go to, but got some really valuable, even Palace away. What about that Palace away? Way back, game 6-7 in the season, got the 3 points, 1-0, happy
also
days.
a change of messaging, a new manager, you know, an iconic manager leaving. So there was loads of things that went brilliantly well, and I thought it really started in the tour in the US. The game against Betis, they won comfortably. I thought they put a marker down by beating Manchester United and Arsenal, even though it was a pre-season friendly. Just setting your stall out in a pre-season friendly, thousands of miles away from the UK, and just beating the pair of them. They must have thought, oh well, we've got a chance. We can go and do something this season.
But timing of the manager?
Yeah.
How often do you get managerial changes during the season? And it's difficult for the manager to come in and get his ideas across. We've seen it throughout the season, this season in the Premier League. Arne Slot came in, he had pre-season to work with the players, albeit a little bit disrupted because of players in the Euros, to get his ideas across and say, this is what I want from you this season. And I think that was helpful for him.
But also significant, Gary, the difficulty for the manager of replacing his predecessor, Jurgen Klopp, who had achieved so much, and to strike that balance between doing it his own way, but not throwing all of Jurgen's good work out.
You've got to realise how big a personality and how big a character Jurgen is. You know, he's back in the city the last few days, and he just oozes that sort of, you know, he's got a big aura around him. So to follow somebody like that in his own way, I thought the manager's been outstanding. The fact that he's just been here. When it's been going well, he's never been up. And when he's had a couple of little, you know, dodgy results, he's never went down. He's just been nice and clean. And
aside from about 3 minutes at Goodison Park,
yes.
I would say, where he just got a little bit more frustrated. As I said with Jason and with Ray a little bit earlier on, we've also asked Neil and Gary to hand out some end-of-season awards as well. We've got all afternoon to look back and reflect on some of the picks that the boys have made. But let's start with the player of the season, Mo Salah. Neil, I mean, we speak about him, and you do the review show every week, and I feel like every week you're picking up a new graphic, which Mo Salah has broken another record and another record. He is out of this world.
Yeah, Liverpool have had some great iconic players of the past. Mo Salah is one of our greats, and for me it's a time to enjoy watching him. I don't know how many more seasons we will see him. He signed a new contract, which is great news. Enjoy watching one of the best players, certainly in the Premier League and in the world at the moment. He's 32 years old. His professionalism to be at the top of his game is on, but the mentality
his
as well.
His conditioning, he looked, you know, I go back to pre-season. He had some hunger in his eyes, and he looked poised for a good season. And just the goal scoring, the goal involvements, the assists. It's breathtaking, actually.
He was helped from not having a big tournament because he wasn't at the Euros, so he came back and this is my season. Start the season well. Any attacking player wants to start the season well. Game 1, Ipswich, goal. Game 2, Brentford at Anfield, goal.
But Neil, you know, you played up front.
He's off to a good start straight away.
He's a moments player. When you just need somebody, the game might be a little bit scrappy and lacking in a little bit of quality. and he just comes up with a moment. It might be the scruffy goal. He's just been a guy you can depend on to get the goals, and they're worth the weight in gold.
And that's an interesting transition, isn't it, to becoming a moments player, because when he first arrived and he was part of that incredible front three with Mane and Firmino, it was about raw pace and explosion. I think the manager would admit now there is perhaps a little bit less tracking back than there was in those old days. He's talked about often with Dominic Szoboszlai, who plays as a 10, goes to the right to do a bit of his work for them. So again, that's a clever tweak from Arne Slot.
Yeah, absolutely. And it shows the manager was willing to work what he had, not saying this is how it is. And it would have been difficult then for Mo Salah to be able to produce what he has so far this season. I mean, you look at Salah and you think, how much better can he get? Because it's not just the goals, it's the assists, it's the creating chances. I would go as far as saying I'm not sure we'd have been league champions if it wasn't for Mo Salah. He has been that good.
I agree. I think there's been some subtle little changes, but the fact that it's all been to get Salah closer to the goal and not have him, backtracking and being 20 yards from his own goal. But they managed to get him in the box. And any little things that just drop, he's got that ability to spot it and just finish. It's been good to watch this season.
I think, which one of you said being about a Liverpool great, but what about a Premier League? If you were an all-time Premier League 11 on that right-hand side, and you can probably discuss what formation you might play, but he's in there now, isn't he? 4 golden boots, level with Thierry Henry. That goal involvements record of Shearer's and Cole's that he equalled yesterday in 4 fewer games.
Yeah, I think Mo Salah comes into the conversation of who is the greatest non-British player in the Premier League. I think Salah becomes in that conversation. A lot of players for many years said Henry. I think Salah's at the stage where he's genuinely, to many people, maybe better than what Henry was.
But the consistency as well. It's just that it seems like season after season he just keeps producing. From the minute he's arrived here, he's been scoring goals.
And he's happy. He's happy. He's happy at the football club, and you can see that he's got his wife, his children on the pitch yesterday. You can see what the football club and the fans mean to him.
But interestingly as well, the motivation of certain players, and you can and there's no problem with it, maybe motivated financially, and there's often been those links with Saudi Arabia in particular, but he feels like he's motivated by playing for one of the biggest clubs in the world and being the star of this team too.
We've all witnessed it, yesterday and in the last 4 or 5 weeks and all of the season. The adulation he gets off that call is pretty special. And when you're in the stadium and you see it, and you see him looking up, and he's saying to himself, "Wow, is there many places? Is there anywhere better than here?" I don't think there is for Mo Salah.
I still think he wants to win the Ballon d'Or. I think that's the one as a personal accolade. He's won. He won Football Writers this year. He's won the Premier League Player of the Year. I think that's the one. He's thinking, that's the one I want to win. And he may win it this year. He may well do.
29 goals and 18 assists. You can't do a lot more, can you?
Not bad going. Not bad going, is it? We're going to take a quick change, a bit of rotation, go and dry off, ring ourselves out for a few minutes. We can rejoin Mark.
Thank you, gents. Admirable effort so far, and we will try and persevere for the next little while and do likewise. The weather is not letting up, but I've got myself a coat, so I'm slightly better off than I was for the first part of the show. Guys, let's talk about where we find ourselves. Gaff, I'm going to start with you just in terms of... I've got the man who's got a cup of coffee and he's not got a microphone. What a great start that was. Didn't even check. It's kind of incredible. We spoke a bit about it pitchside yesterday, just the kind of celebratory mood. And it's going up notches and levels, isn't it?
Yeah.
Again, every time we look down, there's more and more people on the Strand behind us, even though the weather's getting worse and the bus probably isn't there for another 3 or 4 hours.
Yeah, I think we're witnessing the embodiment of through the wind and the rain, aren't we? But, we know that. We know that people are going to turn up today regardless. We know that people have had this in the diaries for weeks because we've had the title won for a long time, obviously. Over the weekend I bumped into so many people. I've had hugs and kisses off so many people. I bumped into a fella from Sydney who's only literally over for 3 or 4 days. He's come all that way just to see this because he's been waiting to see it all his life, and that's what the club means to people. That's how special it is. And yeah, a little bit of rain isn't going to stop us, is it? We want to show our appreciation for a side that's finally made our dreams come true. I was just saying to Chloe before that, my son has finally got the bug of coming to football matches now. He loves the Reds now. He wants to be there for every game. And I genuinely said to him a couple of years ago, I kind of feel like we might be jinxed in some way. Like we're never going to see the title in the ground. We're never going to see the trophy lift, all that kind of stuff. And he said to me, Dad, you will see it one day. I guarantee you will see it. So he's been saying to me, obviously, I told you that. I told you that.
quite rightly. So, look, let's talk the parade itself. Chloe, what's your parade strategy normally? Are you someone who gets a spot? Do you find a lamppost to climb up, a bus stop to be on top of, or do you kind of move around the city? What's your usual strategy when it's happened in the last few years?
Well, usually my strategy is to be in the country of the game that we've played. I was in Madrid. I didn't get back in time for that. I was in Paris the other year, so I didn't get back for that. So the only parade I've been to is 2005, and I was 3 or 4 with a broken arm, being made to wave to a bus as my arm's out of socket, and I don't really remember it all. So this is going to be the first bus parade for me that I'm able to, get to, because I am usually in the countries where we've played the game of football a day before. So it's going to be incredible for me to be able to see. I'm expecting loads of flares, loads of brilliant vibes, and Virgil van Dijk with that Premier League trophy.
But that's generally one of the things when it is off the back of a European game. That is like logistically it can be. I got stuck in Istanbul, couldn't get back for the parade in 2005. Happens a lot. Sometimes you have to sacrifice the second part. In the Premier League case, you can do both. You can have your cake and eat it. You get to be there for the trophy day. You get to be there for the Spurs game as well if you're really lucky. And this today.
Yeah, you do, and I'm fortunate enough that I think I've missed one game in the UK all season, and that was City away. So I've been on this roller coaster, this ride, and I've been lucky enough to be inside those stadiums as we got closer and closer, as we started to believe, and then as we knew we'd won it. So I got to experience absolutely every bit of emotion from this season, and I'm so glad that we've been able to get over the line. I'm so glad that we've been able to celebrate it, because in 2020, I couldn't leave my house, and it really did feel like we weren't able to celebrate it. It felt like it didn't happen for me at a stage. So I'm so glad that I've been able to get down here no matter the weather, and I get to be a part of this brilliant moment. And the many thousands upon thousands who are here are lucky enough to be here as well to see it, and hopefully the lads will enjoy it no matter the rain.
Beth, that's the big thing, and it's a point that we kind of keep mentioning through all this, is likening it back to 2020, but it's a point that's worth reiterating, because the difference between then and now is marked, isn't it? And just wanting to really soak it all in.
Yeah, even though it was obviously only 5 years ago that they last won the title, I think you saw certainly after that Tottenham game and yesterday, and basically it's just been a massive party for the whole intervening month. It felt like it was a party that sort of 30 years in the making, 35 years in the making, since 1990, and obviously for a whole generation of supporters, they've never had that opportunity to get to celebrate, and so for that to happen now with family, with friends, to get to share those special moments, I think makes it even more special. And I think Arne Slot said himself yesterday, you can tell that these people have been waiting 35 years and now they're determined to celebrate in style.
Yeah, it's been an incredible season to get us to this point. As we sort of pick through, we all kind of through the course of this have had little chats about when do you think was important, what was a big game, what stands out for you across the course of the campaign? So, what, that day was important, that was really vital if we were to get to where we are now.
Yeah, I mean, there's been so many big wins, but I think that the one that really stands out for me, or the week that stands out for me, was beating Real Madrid and Manchester City back to back. And I know obviously it didn't end up being the campaign Liverpool wanted in Europe, but I just think up until that point there was externally a lot of doubt, a lot of question marks about whether Liverpool could go the distance. I think even for Liverpool themselves, I think they were probably still finding the way under the manager and wondering how far they could go. And I think that was a real statement of intent in that week to go and beat two of your biggest sort of nemesis over the past 5-10 years, and to do it comprehensively, and to do it at Anfield as well, and to have those special moments. I think that was the week where everyone sort of sat up and were like, hang on a minute, this team could go all the way and they could do something really special.
Gareth, what about for you the moments where, I guess it's almost staged, isn't it? It's one to think, well, actually the manager's the real deal, and the second thing is to think, well, actually this team could be the real deal this season as well.
Yeah, I think there's lots of those moments. Brentford away is one of them where we win that one late. Trent Alexander-Arnold gets his moments at Leicester away. I think you can go all the way back to the very first game of the season where he takes Kwanzaa off and replaces him with Kanate, and at the time and the way he talked about it, I think we all thought, is that a little bit harsh? Will that management style work? And clearly it did. And we've heard more and more now from the players that he takes no nonsense, Arne Slot. He tells you if he thinks you can improve. He tells you if he thinks the stuff you can work on. He'll even go and tell the superstars that. Mo Salah's come out and done the interview, said he pulled him on being the first one back after training and said, you need to set an example. And Mo went, okay then. And he clearly got that respect early on. You know, he's not a hugger like Jurgen was. He sounds like he might be a little bit more of a taskmaster, but he's still got some warmth about him. He strikes the balance, and so, you know, making that decision on that day, and then coming out and saying why he did it in the way he did. When you look back on it now, you think, well, that was really good management, and there's been lots of those moments. I mean, perhaps not one that many would herald, but the Fulham game, I would say, was another one at home. We go down to 10 men. You know, we're behind twice, and we managed to get a draw, and we could have even won it. But it was the way he went at that game. You know, there was no, we lock up now and take what we've got. It was, no, we're going for a title here, and we're going to try and win it. And we were unlucky not to win it. You know, it was a real test for Fulham in the end to get a point out of it. So again, that was a statement of intent to me that said, this is a manager that's not here to just pick up draws, even though it was a draw. But he's trying to win the game, though. He's trying to win a title. And I thought then there's something about this fella.
Yeah, and that's it. He's been bold, he's been decisive, authoritative, but in a different way to Jurgen, in different types of characters. But he has been, you know, pretty much, this is how we do it.
Yeah, he's been ruthless is the word in his decision making. You know, he doesn't go back on it. He makes it in the moment and he backs it. I mean, there's been games where I think United at home, he brings about 3 attackers on when we're trying to get back in the game, and people are hoping that he puts Endo on a minute later, and we don't do it. He's so decisive, he's so ruthless with it, and you can ask your questions about it afterwards, but mostly it does the talking for you when you see it on the game. The tactical switches, you know, the amount of times we've gone into half time and came out a much stronger team because we've just done some little tactical tweaks, and I think we all forget this is his first time facing all of these opponents, so, you know, he's got to kind of find a way to get around them. So yeah, he's been absolutely unbelievable, and there's more to come because this isn't his squad. This is Jurgen Klopp's squad, and thankfully Jurgen left us in a boss place, but now we get to see Slot under his signings.
You certainly do. Wonder what he'll do this summer, what next year will bring. You do think there are plenty of opportunities for this team to be retweaked and go again. Okay, we'll stop for a second and pause and just hand back over to Rob, who can give us an overlay of how things are starting to progress around the city as this place builds up for the party of all parties despite the conditions.
Yeah, we are expecting the party of all parties this afternoon. Mark, keep saying it, but the people continue to arrive down on the Strand, even though the weather is pretty filthy, and it will still be a good few hours until Liverpool arrive here with that Premier League trophy. League champions for a 20th time. It is going to look fantastic right throughout the course of the route, with the red smoke, with the flags, with all the excitement as well. It's going to look good. Will it sound good, though? Well, Peter McDowell is with someone who is hoping to make that happen too.
One of the biggest jobs of the day, of course, is the entertainment. The players will provide it in a sense, but Calvin Harris will do the big bit. How are you feeling about being here, Calvin?
I'm a little nervous this time, actually. You know, I'm excited, but yeah, so it's a big thing, isn't it?
Yeah. Do you get nervous for stuff like this?
Well, this is, and well, obviously I've done it one time before, but it's not my ordinary gig. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? It's very long for a start, but it's mostly, yeah, you know. It's not about me though, is it? I'm just here as a little added bonus for the lads. But we bit like this.
Yeah. But is there part of the psyche that's almost the little boy as a Liverpool fan? Despite your own success, your massive success, you're amongst the Liverpool players playing music.
No, it's a big buzz. It's a big buzz. We say when you know, a few of the lads come to Ibiza and see me, there's almost like a mutual buzz going on, because they love going to the club, they love like hearing the music, and I love like getting to hang out with Virgin and all that. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, it's like a nice little mutual buzz.
Yeah. How does it happen? Who contacted who first for the occasion, like in 2022?
This started with Andy Robertson. And I can't remember how we first got chatting. I genuinely can't remember that. It must have been some kind of Instagram thing, or like I probably liked one of his pictures or something like that. And then I was travelling from it was Liverpool Newcastle at St James's in 2022, and we bumped into each other. They were flying back to Liverpool, and we or somewhere, and we bumped into each other. And then Andy was like, "You really fancy doing the?" I'm like, I suppose so, and I think it was just an idea they just had sort of there and then. And then the one of the senior guys sort of took over and contact and then made it happen. And then this year, Virg took the reins, I guess, you know, captain and all that.
Yeah.
But he was more just like, you're doing the bus this year.
Just told you.
Okay, all right, I'll be there.
What about One Kiss? It's become a Liverpool anthem now. Any big game at Anfield finishes with that blasted out, everybody joining in. It's just got bigger again this year.
Feels like it's the most unlikely football song, do you know what I mean? Like little sort of happy female vocal, kind of like happy little house tune, but I love it, man. It's amazing. I remember at the on the cup finals and Wembley started blasting it when Liverpool won at Wembley. I was like, oh, it's travelled now, it's not just Anfield. That's when I knew it was like, maybe it got some staying power, you know.
Yeah. Well, listen, I'll let you get ready, but excited. I know you're in Ibiza next. It'll be similar weather to this, I think.
Yeah, you know, it's good to get started. Get used to acclimatised, really.
Of course, yeah. And the t-shirt's going to stay on. You're going to brave it.
I've got no choice, actually. I've got nothing else, so I'll be good.
Great to see you, mate. Thanks for doing
man.
it.
No bother.
Cheers. All the best.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
And do hope someone can find Calvin Harris a jacket between now and when he sets off and plays a few tunes for those Liverpool players who have certainly earned that. Here they are then, boarding the bus, Arne Slot and his players. Some of those who will have never enjoyed one of these bus parades before, some still left from the Champions League winning team of 2019 and also those 2 cups that Liverpool won as well in 2022. But this is something very different in terms of a parade to celebrate winning the Premier League. And that was the task for Arne Slot as he arrived to replace the brilliant Jurgen Klopp at the start of the season. And he became just the 6th manager to win the Premier League in his first full season in charge. It has been a dream debut campaign for the Dutchman.
Well, congratulations again on the success. Can you put into words for us what today has meant for you?
It's not going to be easy to put it into words, but it's been so special, as it was 4 weeks ago when we won the league over here. It's always special to win something. It's so special to win something at a club with this history. And you could feel today that, as we felt 4 weeks ago, that the fans haven't been there for 35 years. But on days like this, when you look around, those are moments when you truly feel that you won it. You put so much effort in to experience moments like this. If you are lucky, you experience a few. But if you don't, then only having one is already very special, especially at a club like this, where it means so much for the fans. Everything Liverpool does is of a different level. And we've seen that against Tottenham, we've seen that today. Tomorrow's probably going to be next level. At least that's what people told me. And that's also what I expect from these fans.
Yeah, Arne Slot has completed and produced and rewritten plenty of Liverpool records over the course of the season, but this is what it has all been about. The first aerial shots from the helicopter up above the skies of a very wet and rainy Liverpool this afternoon, but it is not dampening spirits, that is for sure. This is going to be the party of all parties as that bus makes its way from Allerton Maze at 2:30 and a 15-kilometre route which will end on the Strand, past the Liver building and past the Albert Dock a little bit later on this afternoon. And Liverpool can celebrate title number 20. We have got so much more to talk about over the course of the afternoon and what has been a great story, a great season for the local journalists. 3 of them are with Mark now.
Thank you, Rob. Yeah, Mo, Paul and James are with me on the sofas once again to look at what we've seen this season, talk about some of the things that have unfolded through the course of the campaign. We should probably start with the manager, though. I guess he's been the catalyst for this. Being honest, I don't think anyone, Mo, within the media or out of the media, had expected this. I think we were all looking at it, a summer of change, taking over from a huge personality who'd been a catalyst for so much. I think we all would have been content for, look, can he steady the ship? Can it be top 4 or something like that? What have you made of the way it's unfolded and the way that Arne's gone about getting us to this point?
It's just hugely impressive. I think you're right to say that no one had any true expectations of dominance. I think it was just maintaining the level, because as much as we knew that Jurgen Klopp was a force of nature, I mean, we all know about forces of nature. We're literally sitting in one right now. But the squad was there for a title challenge last season, so you just hope that with the raw materials already available to him, you can maintain that level. But the way that he's improved so many of those players and to be able to dominate the league the way that they have, it's just been remarkable.
Josie, what have you made of the way he's sort of adapted as the season's gone on? Because I guess everyone was looking to see what would he be like when he first came in. Again, coming off the back of a huge character in Jurgen. you've seen a little bit more of his personality maybe come out through the course of the campaign, or what's your take on having been in so many of those press conferences?
Well, I think the first thing to say is that he challenged the players when he came to the club, which was, in a lot of ways, was brave, because these were players who'd already won a lot of things under Jurgen, and as you said before, following Jurgen was a tall order. But I think he's been true to himself. He came in, and it wasn't sort of what I understood from speaking to players was the players were anxious to impress him, and he sort of challenged them, and they've responded to that. And I think that says a lot about the culture of the club that he inherited, with all the players wanting to do well and wanting to impress and staying hungry. And I think he's been, as Mo said, he's been hugely impressive. The sort of individual work that he's done, you can see with the players that he's improved this season. And I think to get that sort of response from the squad in year one sort of whets the appetite for what's to come, when he maybe has some of the players that he's looking to bring in as well. So I think he's hardly put a foot wrong this season. It's been, remarkable really to come in and have that impact.
James, have you been surprised with how confident he was from day one? He came in and says, "Look, I'll do it this way, I'll do that way, this is how I think things should be." Or even when he came out and explained decisions as well. I remember after some of the early games, why did you do this? Rather than some managers would just skirt around, he said, "No, we did that because we thought this would work for us." And you were like, wow, okay. It was bold to come in and be as confident, maybe.
100%, yeah. I think you go right back to his unveiling at the AXA at the start of last July, and that self-belief was evident, wasn't it? He was asked repeatedly about, were you not put off about the challenge of following in the footsteps of such an icon? Because there was all the talk, wasn't there, of you don't want to be the guy after Klopp, you want to be the guy after the guy. And his attitude was like, well, no, I'm walking into a club which is one of the biggest in world football, and there's a brilliant squad. Why would I not back myself to try and do something with this group of players? And I think that confidence just grew and grew over the course of the season. And as Paul said, I remember watching training in Philadelphia, in pre-season, and you could just see how quickly he was able to get his ideas and his philosophy across. It was so evident, even with 10, 11, 12 senior players missing off the back of the Euros and the Copa America. He put his stamp on that team so early on, and because as well the players saw what he was telling them was helping them develop, so he got this buy-in so quickly.
It's fascinating to see how he did it. It's interesting from club's point of view, Mo, to go for maybe a wise decision to go for a different type of person, a different type of voice to what they had, someone who's perhaps more about the tactics and about that side of it, the coaching of it, than Jurgen was.
Absolutely. I mean, in terms of a fresh voice, that's all that's really important. I think Jurgen said it himself, sometimes the players just need to hear different things, and you can sense from the players that they were assessing him just as much as he was assessing them. But the key thing that he seemed to work well with is that his first few big decisions went well. I mean, we think of the very first game of the season, the change at half-time between Konsa and Konate, that paid off. Then you think about the little tweaks he made for the game away at Manchester United, that paid off. Winning a big away game like that, a big landmark game, 3 games into your tenure, really gives you that credit. And you could sense that the players were so surprised by how everything that he said, every scenario he laid out as to what could happen, ended up happening. And every time that happens, you're a player, you're thinking, well, this guy's got all the answers, so we're absolutely going to follow him. And having that belief that the manager knows what he's doing, even if sometimes you can be a bit surprised with some of what he's saying to you, that really does go a long way. And you can see that the buy-ins come from everybody, even the players who maybe probably haven't played as much as they would like to. You've seen that when they have been able to come in, they've been able to come in and make a difference. And everybody can really feel like that this league championship, they've played a key part in making sure it's got over the line.
Joyce, one of the big things he's had to deal with this season, on top of stepping into Jurgen's place, is the fact he's had these contracts hanging over him. 3 big players, 3 of the biggest players within the group, the contracts running down, and that was the backdrop to the season. How do you assess the way in which he dealt with that? Because you boys were there front and centre every week. What's the latest?
He's handled it brilliantly as he's done most things. I think from the word go, he set his stall out. I'm not getting involved in that. That's under Richard Hughes's remit. Almost like I'm head coach, I'm going to concentrate on picking the team, keeping the team fit, which has been another big part of it, and improving the players. So I think we very quickly in the media learned that while we'll ask the questions each week, we're probably not going to get the answer that we're all looking for. And I think he's just ensured that didn't become bigger than it needed to. And I think that's another thing that he's done. If you go back to what James was saying about him coming in last summer, you know, we often see managers wanting to make signings because they want their players in. You know, Arne Slot come in and said, no, I'm going to work with these players. And it's been a really remarkable coaching performance, I think, to get a team that wasn't far away last season, but obviously faded a little bit in the final furlong, and to, you know, really they've dominated the league this season. I don't think you can give him too much credit for the way he's come in and revitalised players. Even players like Mo Salah and Virgil van Dijk are doing different things this season, and you can tell that they've enjoyed working under him and have enjoyed the challenge of trying to take their careers to another level.
James, do you think that he's had enough credit in the wider footballing world for the job he's done? Because at some point it seems like someone's saying, oh, he's done all right, but it wasn't a great league, or the challenge wasn't there. But Liverpool have made it look easy by how dominant they've only started to lose games, relatively speaking, in recent months when they've been able to coast the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, I think there's been a lot of nonsense talked about, you know, it being an average Premier League season, and as if it's somehow Liverpool's problem that there hasn't been more drama or jeopardy. It's like, you know, you look at what Liverpool have done to get the title wrapped up with 4 games to spare, having only lost 2 games at that stage. You know, they absolutely blew everyone away, and you only have to, you know, I think because obviously once the job was done, we've seen things ease up over the last 3 or 4 weeks. So probably the final table doesn't really do justice to just how dominant Liverpool have been. The 10-point gap flatters Arsenal and the chasing pack, really. But and I think part of it is just his personality as well, because you see a lot of managers who would be basking in the individual glory of this achievement, but that's just not his way, is it? He's very understated, very humble. You know, you talk to him about what he's done, and you know how he's already written his name in the, you know, the pantheon of Anfield legendary managers, and he's so quick to deflect it, whether it's onto his backroom staff, onto the players, onto Richard Hughes and Michael Edwards. That's just the way he is. But yeah, there's no getting away from what he has done, because it's crazy when you think back to a year ago. You know, there was so much fear around, well, where does Liverpool go after Jurgen Klopp? You know, it's such an iconic figure and such a force of personality. You know, I don't think at that stage anyone in their wildest dreams thought we'd be sat here at this stage having, you know, in the thick of a month-long celebrations about a 20th top-flight title.
Well, there is something quite nice, isn't it, about the fact that, you know, he was so, that the team was so dominant. He was able to win the league in April, and while other teams are still scrambling around for Champions League football, disappear to Ibiza for a few days, party it up, then come back and win the trophy and get it presented to him. That takes a bit of takes something special, Joycey.
It does. I mean, and as you said, then it just sort of shows how well the team has done to win it so early. I mean, the consistency that they showed has been the hallmark. That period where you sort of looked at the fixture list and thought, well, there's a trap there, they might trip up there, and they just coasted all the way through it. I think the game that really sort of sticks out for me and the period was sort of November time, and the one game in particular was Brighton, where I think that sort of encapsulated Liverpool's season. That the first half wasn't great. The manager sort of influences at half time, then he influences it again with his substitutions, and then you have Mo scoring probably the goal of the season for me, and I just think that summed up everything about Liverpool, the sort of resilience they showed, and then the moments of quality from the talisman in Salah.
Yeah, resilience, moments of quality. There's been all those things sort of weaved through the performances of the team this campaign. I will pause things for a moment, boys, once again, and return you back to Rob. I'm going to update you on how the bus is progressing through the streets of the city. Rob.
Mark, Mark, thank you very much indeed. Well, you can see that bus is starting to make its way through the streets of Liverpool for a 2:30 start. Let's just remind you one more time of the route. 2:30 from Allerton Mave and on to Queen's Drive. It will go past the Five Ways roundabout, over the Rocket flyover, and then past the Navigator pub all the way down to the Jolly Miller, where it will then turn off of Queen's Drive and head on to Millbank and then West Derby Road. We will follow that road all the way down past the Olympia and into the city centre, down Islington and Hunter Street. Then it is onto Leeds Street, and then it is right down there behind me onto the Strand, where the people continue to make their way to be ready for about 5:30, 6 o'clock this evening. Being British about it, it is looking slightly brighter up ahead. The rain is easing a little bit. Still not the most perfect of days weather-wise, but it doesn't matter too much because it is going to be one hell of a celebration right throughout the streets of the city of Liverpool. And here we go, up go the fireworks. Tells you things are alive and kicking, and red smoke fills the air, and it's been a red season for Liverpool in the Premier League, and dominating the Premier League and winning it with 4 games to go. What a season it has been for Arne Slot on his side. And as you saw from those packages or those pictures a short time ago, that the players are already receiving plenty of adulation from the supporters as the bus makes its way around the route. 2:30 start from Allerton Maze. What a season it has been for Liverpool, and what a celebration they are set to enjoy. And there you go, those players, well, they worked so hard for 9 months or so to get themselves to this position, and now they are very much receiving the fruits of their labours by being able to see so many fans along the streets of Liverpool enjoying what they have seen from Arne Slot and from his team. So, lots more to enjoy this afternoon. We will speak more to Ray Houghton, to Neil Mellor, to Jason McAteer and to Gary McAllister as well, of their memories of the season. We'll continue to hand out the awards that they have been giving to players, their favourite moments, favourite games, all those sorts of things between now and about 6 o'clock, 6:30 this evening. But there you go, that bus is beginning to make its way, and 2:30 from Allerton Maze will be the big start, but we have had the fireworks that signified that things are pretty much up and running, and Liverpool will celebrate title number 20. As we've said a few times, denied moments like this in 2020 when they absolutely romped to a First League title in 30 years, but it has been worth the wait. 2025 Premier League champions. Mo Salah, we have spoken about already this afternoon as the winner of the Golden Boot for a 4th time, a record equalling 4th time, but it has been a squad effort this season. And Mark, can maybe just recap the other players that have played such a big part for Liverpool this season?
Thank you, Robbie. We're back in our seats once again. The rain continues to fall upon us, but the mood is not dampened. Chloe is back out just now. Abigail is here as well, and it's also with us Jack McMullen, who is riding high at the moment. Your life could not get much better just now. You're in one of the best shows around in the city as ours, and your team is absolutely storming it, Premier League champions. How have you found the last few weeks?
Do you know what, I did think that watching the game yesterday. Sorry, as you can tell, I've lost my voice as well.
Late night?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, just a lot of singing, and yeah, I just kind of lost for words really. Yesterday was so overwhelming, and you know, just to have the opportunity to be in the ground, and wow. Get that. Yeah, just to be in the ground, and you know, we didn't get to do it over COVID. It's been a long time coming, and it was just a real special day to share with all the fans in the team.
I just need to keep reiterating to people that we're about 4 hours away from the bus getting down here. And this is what's already going off. I cannot imagine what it's going to be like down here, sort of 5:30, 6 o'clock. It's a day that's just going to build and build and build. What is it like for you right just now? Because, say, personal note, your team's doing well, but professionally going so well. You've been in so many things prior to just now, but you know, this City's Eyes has really taken off, captured people's imagination, got people talking. Has it given you an extra level of notoriety? Going out in the street, you're getting stopped a bit more, saying, "Wow, that was smart."
Certainly in Liverpool, I think it's just special for all of us to have done something like that, but for it to be set here as well. And I think there's always nerves when you do something close to home, because we're proud of our city, and you want people to receive it well, but it really hasn't. I've just got to say thank you to everyone for being so lovely, for receiving it so well, and people coming up to us telling us how much they've loved it, and yeah. Lots of words, man.
It's a great show. No, but take this the right way. Your character in it, he's a bit of a prat in some ways. He causes some of the problems in it. Have you had any of those people who can't separate reality from fiction, who think you're that guy?
No,
and
not
come
at
and
all.
Give you anything?
Not at all. Normally there is more of that, but Scousers aren't thick, are they? No, it's not real. So yeah, no, as I say, everyone's been lovely, even though he's such a prat, as you put it.
I was trying to think of a term to best describe. That's the best I can do during daytime TV. But I guess as well, I was wondering if, have you had any bad lads reach out to you as well? Because remember, like James Gandolfini, Sopranos, had mob guys phone him in the middle of the night to talk about his character portrayal. Have you had any bad boys kind of get in touch? By the way, you've done that well.
No, not at all. No, not really. I mean, yeah, one or two just in real life saying, yeah, that was legit, that was. But that's what you want, that seal of approval, don't you?
That's a compliment. I guess, guys, as well, to bring the girls in as well, it's brilliant. I guess it's that pride in the city as well. It shows off the city as well. Having a show like that and having it reflect the city, people want to come embrace it as well. I think it's been a really good, another indication of what this place is all about. Just kind of the way it's been sort of taken to the show as well.
Yeah, I think it's really important for the city to sort of be so showcased in a certain way. I mean, for the gangsters and all, that's the best way to do that. But, it shows the city and the live buildings and town and all that, and how it's thriving and stuff like that's really important. And, when you look down today, you see how many people want to come out and support Liverpool as a city, and you can see we're absolutely thriving at the minute. Skyscrapers are getting thrown up everywhere. All these businesses are going to do so well off of this. All of us are just absolutely buzzing with it. Even in this rain, there's going to be how many people down there, all around town, all the way down in Allerton. It's just absolutely buzzing. The whole city just feels amazing, and stuff like that's great to showcase the city. And we're artistic, we're all these sorts of things, creativity and, acting, music, like Jamie, who we've had before, I do paintings and stuff like that. That sort of side of it comes out, murals all over the city. It's just absolutely amazing.
That's true, isn't it? Liverpool, it's kind of it is that kind of city where the arts are at the heart of it. There's a real passion for not just sport, but also music, television, whatever it is. All those things feed into the city.
Yeah. I feel like moments like today sort of inspire people with their music, their art. Like someone like me who's doing paintings, I'll take today and be like, right, the emotions that I felt, the way that I feel right now, that's what I'm going to take into the canvas, and that's what mural artists will do on the wall, that's what singers will do when they're writing their music about today. We all just take inspiration from these big moments together, just as this community, and all it does is inspire all of us to, go again, and hopefully it inspires the players to go again next year.
Well, you won't be short of inspiration over the course of the summer. Your entire June and July will be taken up painting scenes from today.
Absolutely.
The options will
I'm
be
happy
endless.
for it. I'm happy that's happening.
We watched the pictures on the screen just now, it's just absolutely bonkers. Every time you see it, this is almost like the pre-start of the it's not even the full thing, and it's already at level 9. God knows what it's going to be like when it gets down here. Chloe, for you, let's just talk about some of the guys who've made those big contributions. When you reflect on the players who've played their part, obviously Mo gets all the headlines and it's Virgil. Who do you see as the kind of real key figures within the journey to here?
I mean, the spine of the team is essential. You've got Ali at the back, who gives everyone so much confidence. You've obviously got your captain in Virgil van Dijk, who leads everyone, who makes sure the standards are constantly there. Mo Salah, who people just adore. They look up to what a role model he is. I've never seen someone so dedicated to the craft. I really haven't. He's an absolute genius at what he does, but he puts in the work to be there. But there are unsung heroes throughout that entire team. I mean, Ryan Gravenberch at the start of the season, he'd hardly played anything last season. The season before that at Bayern, he'd hardly got a look in. He was kind of a forgotten man, really. And we all saw sparks of brilliance, that half turn and how he gets us out. But to redefine the number 6 for us this season has been just immense. I don't think anyone ever thought that would happen. We were linked with Zubamendi and that deal fell through. What would have happened then? I'm not quite sure. But what I can tell you is Ryan Gravenberch has been the best number 6 in the league, and he's led us to a league title. You've got unsung heroes, McAllister, I absolutely adore the man. A World Cup winner, a voice there who makes sure he sets the standards. He's gone under the radar so much, an 8 out of 10 every single game, and I think towards the end of the season you've kind of seen him a little bit more, and he's been given a rest, and rightfully so, to be back and come back brilliant. And obviously, look, Luis Diaz has had to play a number 9 for the majority of the season. We've won a league with Luis Diaz as our number 9, Gakpo coming in on the left wing. There are so many players in this team, and I love the amount of players who've had their moments. Even Harvey Elliott, who hasn't had a star role, has had his moments this season, and he's one of us. Curtis Jones, one of us. So yeah, there's been so many heroes for us, and you know, Ibu Konate, Robbo Costas having their moments, Conor Bradley. It's been brilliant to see. Everyone's had a part to play.
What I like to see is you've basically named everybody
I've
now.
named
You started off
everyone,
with one or
sorry
two,
about
you've
that.
gone through the entire. You're going to get to Vidislav Jaros in a minute, but
Crystal Palace.
Everyone makes a contribution. You were nodding a lot then, Jack, through the names that the clue was reeling off. What kind of player or what kind of moment sticks out for you? You've been watching the games, you've been following the season. What kind of is sort of seared in the memory of that was a special day, that was a special performance?
It's tough to say. I mean, the Tottenham game with the week we sealed it, that felt like we did just stumble over the line, do you know what I mean? I think we really made the statement there, and I think, like, obviously since then we've lost a few games because the lads have been on the beach. But yeah, there's been big moments all throughout the season. I'd be here all day talking about them, you know what I mean? But being there and watching us seal it against Tottenham was a special moment, I think.
How is it, just logistically, give us an idea, you know, when you're on set, you're working, how do you manage to follow the games and sort the games? Did you manage to fit your schedule around keeping up?
No, I didn't watch any while we were filming, to be honest. It was quite intense. We're on for 6 months or so, and you know, we filming 8 hours of TV, which is technically, it's like 4 films back to back, 4 to 12 films back to back, so it's quite intense when you're on. So it's been nice to have a bit of downtime, be able to enjoy some of the games.
But you've timed it well because you've got yourself free for the best part of the season and make the most of the celebration.
Swan in at the end when we win.
It's got to be done. But again, like you look at these scenes down around us in the city, and every time I look down, there's more and more people lining the streets hours and hours before the show starts for real. It's kind of mind-blowing, isn't it, to see the kind of levels it's getting to?
It is, and I think we've got a history of being able to celebrate ourselves properly, and I think that's what you're going to see today.
Yeah, and important to do so, because what's the point being part of these things if you're not going to go out and make the most of it?
We're proud as a city, and so we should be, and I think we're going to throw a proper party today. And yeah, I mean, as you say, it's already mental at the moment. I can't wait to see what it's like later on.
Yeah, stay with us, you'll find out right here. The scenes are pretty special just now, but they promise to get better and better. And we'll wrap things up on the couch once more. Head back over to Rob and the boys.
Mark, thank you very much indeed. Well, as you can see, that bus is making its merry way. The parade is officially underway here in Liverpool. Still a long time until it reaches the Strand, but already the atmosphere is building down on the streets below us. Not just the sights, but the smells and the sounds as well. The smoke is in the air, and this party is very much getting itself underway now. A 15-kilometre route for those buses and that Premier League trophy to make it to its final destination down here a little bit later on this evening. As you can see, Jason and Ray are back alongside me. They managed to avoid the worst of the weather, so well done to you for that.
Just getting through my headache.
Great. Well, I suspect your headache might return in about 4 hours' time. But let's talk. I mean, we've heard there that the guys talk a little bit about some of the players that were significant through the course of this season for Liverpool. With Neil and with Gary earlier, we spoke about the star of the show, Mo Salah. But Ray, he wasn't your player of the season.
Look, when you look at his stats, they're absolutely phenomenal. 29 league goals, 18 assists this season. It's hard not to pick him. It really is. But I'm just going on a consistent basis of someone who, for me, game in, game out, and all that, was a real mentor to a lot of players in and around him, and that was Virgil van Dijk. Look, when you win trophies, you've normally got quite a few players who you can look at. Ryan Gravenberch had a great season. Alexis McAllister in midfield, for me, absolutely outstanding. Not just his ability, it's his footballing brain, understanding positioning where you should be on the pitch, always available, always helping people out of difficult situations. These are things I look at, not just a goal scorer. I'm looking about the all-round game. So we were very fortunate we could have had a few man of the seasons, if you like, for performance levels that they put in. But I just thought Virgil, as captain, as leader, what he did this season, bringing through some young players as well and helping them, because as I say, I'll go back to, I really think he is a top class mentor as well, not just a player, but he gets players through difficult situations. That's why I went for Virgil, but I can easily see why people went for Mo Salah. I mean, it's fairly obvious when you look at his stats. It's absolutely incredible. And by the way, the fans think Mo Salah, just listening to the noise that's down there.
I mean,
it was all Mo Salah.
But so is Virgil van Dijk. But would you say, Jason, head and shoulders the best defender in the Premier League this season?
Absolutely. Yeah, I can't see anyone other than Virgil van Dijk. You know what he's done and what he brings to the team and the game. I think after losing the likes of James Milner and Jordan Henderson, big influences in the dressing room, obviously he was around and he would have learned from them as well, and he's taken on that mantle. And I think, you know, every championship winning team needs a leader like Virgil van Dijk. I mean, Ray's team was littered with them, was it? They were all leaders, but you know, this day and age, players are slightly different, and I do feel Virgil's got a little bit of old school about him. I think he's not frightened to tell players what he thinks. You know, he's a leader on the pitch. I think the way Liverpool play obviously does suit him as well. They have a lot of possession, they play a high line, he's quick, he's got Canate alongside him. You know, that can help him out if he does get caught out of position, which is very rare. But his all-round game, and I think Ray's right, I think Salah, I think I went for Salah, I think just because of his numbers and stuff, and you know what he's done at his age as well, and how influential he is. And at the end of the day, I know the foundations of any good team are defence, but goals win games, don't they? And they pay the rents, as the great commentator said. So
yeah, but there's another add-on to that, Jason. You just said, you're quite right. You know, goal scorers win matches, defences win your leagues.
Yeah.
And that, for me,
I say this a lot, but it is a very common phrase in American sport. Offence wins games, defence wins championships.
Yeah.
It is what they say. It was interesting with Virgil van Dijk, Ray, that maybe a couple of seasons ago, people were asking the question as to whether that terrible injury he got in the Merseyside derby, whether we were going to see the same Virgil van Dijk again. But I think he's answered that question emphatically.
Oh, emphatically, you can say that as well, Rob. He's been absolutely sensational. I mean, this season, I've hardly seen him put a foot wrong. You know, very rarely you watch a game and he's not been 8, 9 out of 10. You know, that's just the level of performance that he's at. I'll tell you something, I was down at Brighton, and you and I were down there.
Lovely evening.
It was a lovely evening, not quite like this. The weather conditions were a lot better than this. But he didn't play that night, but he came out and he was in the dressing room area, and there's just an air about him of just a lovely fella. That's what came across to me watching him. No airs and graces about not look at me, you know, I'm the big star. It was nothing like that. Really grounded, really lovely, personable person. Spoke very well with the Brighton people that were in and around him. I can't speak highly enough about him. I don't know him that well, but it's only what I see of him, and I only speak from that position of how you find someone when you're in and around the company on occasions. I've just got to say, I thought he's been a first-class captain and leader this season.
I think the way Arne Slot as well sets his team up and his tactics, you know, it is more patient, pragmatic. It certainly has suited and brought a lot of players on this season. I think Virgil has benefited from the way they play. I think under Jurgen at times, you know, the quick transition, he could be caught out a couple of times, exposed, and had a bit more work to do. But under Slot, with this sort of pragmatic, patient build-up where, you know, he's on the ball, you know, they can keep it, he can make sure that the defenders are around them, he can defend deep, he can drop a little bit more, he can watch it a little bit while they're in possession. I think it's certainly helped him, but I don't want to take anything away from his performances. Ray's right, consistency has just been the key for him.
Just to come back to your point then about the way he speaks, also the way he carries himself, and it has been one of the running themes of the season, is Arne Slot every Friday was asked, what about those 3 boys and their contracts, with Virgil van Dijk being one of them. He never ducked walking through the mix zone and answering the questions, but always handled it in a very statesman-like fashion. He said, yep, I want to stay, but ultimately it's not your business to the reporters, but I want to sign it, and eventually he did sign it, and here he is.
And Liverpool did it in the right way, behind closed doors. You know, it wasn't for everyone to know exactly what was going on. They were patient in what they had to do. They worked hard behind the scenes to make sure that they got the right deals for the players. They got the 2 out of 3, which they'll be absolutely delighted with. 2 lads who've been so solid this season. You know, the consistency from both Mo and others has been absolutely fantastic. Likewise, you know, with Virgil, and that's what you're looking at. You're looking for players that are going to be game in, game out, as good as you can have it, and that's what we've seen with the players this season. Manager deserves a lot of credit in how he handled things. I think there's no question about that either. You know, Arnie's been absolutely sensational this season, but the players have reacted to him. And Jason said I thought there was a subtle change in the way that Liverpool played this season from last season under Jurgen. I thought last season players went after the game for 10 minutes and then had a breather for 2 or 3, 4 minutes. I think we've been more consistent this season, so we've been at it for a longer periods, and teams have really struggled to play against Liverpool that way. So that's the little change from the manager's point of view. But you've got to buy into it. You know, when a new manager comes in, sometimes you might not like him, you might not like the way that he puts himself across. I just thought Arnie from day one was so level-headed, and his approach very methodical, knows what he wants, gets the best out of his coaching staff who put on the sessions for the players. Never hear anything coming out of Liverpool about things going wrong or this is not right, that's not right. We do hear with other clubs, some players don't like the manager, don't like the system, don't like the way that the training's going. There's always something in the background that's not right. We've not heard that out of Liverpool at all. Everything this season has been so positive from day one, hence the reason we've had that consistent performance.
Just on Van Dijk as well, when we talk about potential moments of the season, that goal he scored late on against West Ham, when it was an Andy Robertson own goal, but defenders will tell you it's probably the big fella's fault actually that there maybe wasn't a call, and he was perhaps to blame. He did the classic thing of still having a go at Andy Robertson even though he probably knew it was his fault. But then he said, do you know what, I'm not going to let this happen. Went straight at the other end, scored a header and won Liverpool the game and took another big step towards the title.
That's about attitude, isn't it? And desire, and making a mistake. Talking about the body language and the how you set up and what all the other players are looking at you as an influence. You've got to put your shoulders back. He's made a mistake, you're right. He had a little bit of an inquest, didn't he? And they both went at it a little bit, which is sometimes healthy, but it soon passed, and next thing he's up for a corner and scores the winner, doesn't he? So yeah, big moments, and you know what, like you talk about the contract negotiations and losing, the 3 players that we talk about. I think if we'd have lost Van Dijk, I think the title might have been in the balance. I think Salah as well, you lose Salah, I think losing, if we'd have lost Trent, say December, I think we still would have gone on and won the title, having kept Mo and kept Virgil van Dijk. That's how influential them 2 players are, and I think it was a very difficult situation to navigate, the contract negotiations, because they got two of the best players in the world, and wanting big money as well, and they both wanted to stay. You'd have to try and navigate that as a football club, and I thought, like Ray said, the way it was all done behind closed doors, the way they each, Mo handled himself and Virgil van Dijk handled himself to the media, was very, very professional.
We've seen, just quickly on, we've seen with the 2 players that we've been talking about, Virgil van Dijk and Mo Salah, a different part of their personality in the last few weeks since they've signed the contract.
Yeah.
I've never seen Mo Salah so open, taking selfies during the course of the game. I've watched Mo Liverpool for a number of years. I've never seen that side of him, and isn't it lovely to see that? It's a different part of his personality, what he's like as an individual. He shows you his love and passion for the club, and the fact that he wanted to stay, and now he's so happy in himself, and that's great for him and his family, because his family are now settled as well. They know what they want to be for the next couple of years as far as staying at Liverpool Football Club, and it's all systems go as far as what they want to do next. A few new faces coming in, and then things will change in the summer.
Well, as you can see, people as far as the eye can see as those buses make their way from Allerton Maze towards Queen's Drive eventually, but it'll take them a long time to get there given the amount of people that are out to welcome their heroes who have delivered that league title in such spectacular fashion this season. But we have reporters along the route talking to some of the fans that are out there enjoying this wonderful Champions Parade.
Yeah, we've got Sarah and Neil here, and Florence, who's just gone a little bit camera shy just before you just come on. But are you excited to see Mo Salah? I think is your favourite player. Do you like Mo Salah? You're going to sing his song? Do you know his song? I've heard that you know his song. I think she's a little bit shy, but Dad, you're really looking forward to it.
Oh yeah, can't wait. We've been waiting for this for years, so especially after COVID, it's just been amazing, so been looking forward to this.
I don't mean to pry, but how old are you?
36.
Yeah, so I was going to say it's an entire generation, 35 years since we've all been able to celebrate this.
Yeah.
That is crazy, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it's mad. We've just been looking forward to the win, especially yesterday, seeing the box atmospheres. I didn't go to the game, but it looked amazing. So
How about yourself? Are you a big football fan as well?
I am, yeah.
I won't say what team because my dad will be watching. Yeah.
Is it the blue side by any chance?
It's blue, but I have to come out and see this. Yeah, this is like amazing for everyone, and
celebration for the whole city, isn't it? Just an amazing atmosphere.
Everyone's come from. We've got family up and down the country, so they've all come to see this. So you can't miss it. Everyone, even you're not a Liverpool football supporter, everyone's going to be watching this. So no one can beat this. No other team can beat this.
No team does celebrations like this, and no city does celebrations like Scouse.
Oh no, that's it. But even when you said that, like my cousin's come from Wales and he's been in town since like 9 o'clock and he says it's like chocolate already. So it just shows you how we always go for it, don't we? Like when we do win.
I was just going to say, we are getting a bit wet. I hate to say it, and I think the forecast for later on is not too good. But it feels like anything could happen with the weather today, and everyone still have massive smiles on their face.
I don't think it'll deter people from coming. This is what everyone's been waiting for, looking forward to. So there'll be bigger numbers here today, definitely.
Listen, I can't believe I found a semi-Evertonian on the parade as well.
Yeah.
You got your Liverpool shirt on there as well. You guys enjoy.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
VIP access does not stop at the Strand, people. We have been invited to a very, very special garden party here. If you follow me, I will take you behind the scenes at the Hawk Inn. Come with me and let's see what the people have been up to. Guys, we're coming in. Can I get a big cheer for the champion? Hey! Come on, come with me. Brendan, you are our lovely host with your family and friends. Mate, as soon as they told you the parade route, how much was your phone blowing up?
Oh, we've just been on the go from 8 o'clock this morning. You know? It's people from London and everything here.
Really?
Right outside my door, you know.
They've all descended down here.
Yeah.
This is the place to be.
Well, this is it, yeah. That's it.
Absolutely. And who have you got here with us today?
It's all family and friends. All those about Irish.
The Irish. Hey, up the Irish.
All the Scousers, yeah, all family. My wife's a blue nose though, so she's on the back.
Oh.
Just keeping her.
She's in no. Right, guys, and I've got some young Liverpool fans here. This is probably the first time you have seen a massive parade like this, boys. What does it mean to you, mate?
It means happiness.
I love that. What about yourself?
It means everything because the club's just amazing, the city's amazing, and everything's brilliant, and it's so nice to see it all.
Couldn't have said it better, mate. And where are you from?
I live in Altrincham.
So you're not even from Liverpool either, and so you rep.
The best team in the world.
Got to love that. And if you had a favourite Liverpool song, what is it?
Probably We Love You Liverpool or You'll Never Walk Alone.
Or You'll Never.
Asking the questions there, we'll get more from the fans throughout the course of the afternoon. Just to come back to it though, Ray, as we heard from a couple of little ones just now, that you said it. I mean, this is things you remember for the rest of your life. Even if you're only 6, 7, 8, you'll remember this in 20, 30 years time.
After days like this, it's great to see, isn't it? I just think it's absolutely sensational when you see the scenes around the city. They've been waiting a long time to get this opportunity to win the 20th league title. Absolutely amazing, and the youngsters, they'll now want to emulate their heroes. They'll become heroes to them. These players will become heroes. I don't know if the players know that. I don't know if they understand that, how much it means for these youngsters to support this club, what this club means to them. You look at the fans who go everywhere to support them. I know, I've come up on the train before and there's lads who's not missed a game for 30 years, home and away, pre-season. They've even gone over to America on their holiday because Liverpool were playing out there. That's where they went on their holiday to watch the game. That's the passion, the drive and the love of the club, and long may that continue. And that's the next generation, the youngsters that are there. They're the ones that are the future Liverpool fans coming in week in, week out for matches.
First memories as a Liverpool fan?
Just watching them on the telly, and my first game was, I think it was about 10, 11. I could never get tickets because we couldn't afford them. Back then we couldn't get them. But my uncle took me to watch Liverpool Man City, and we walked up to Anfield. It was just like iconic, and then you walk up through the stand, and then you come up, and then the grounds, you just come out, and they were like gladiators, weren't they? Kenny was like Hollywood film star. It was just unbelievable. The smell, you talked about it before, it's the smell and the colour, isn't it? And then You Never Walk Alone comes on, and that's it. It's just, you're a Liverpool fan for life. And then you grow up as a kid wanting, like they said, my dream was to play for Liverpool. you know, that's all I wanted to do. Pictures of Kenny, the boys, you know, big fans of them. And then I lived out my dream, but, you know, even better now, I said it the other night, I was to call Ray Alton my mate, and Aldo my mate, and Ronnie my mate. I know
they call you their mates?
No, it's just, you know, it's a dream come true, and we get together at Christmas, and we were just talking about it there, reminiscing and talking, and, you know, unfortunately my Liverpool career, you know, we almost got over the line, but we didn't. And, you know, to listen to these lads still talk passionately about, you know, winning titles and how they challenged and the things they won, it's just, you know, I've got John Aldridge actually leaving me a Charity Shield medal in his will if he goes before me. He said, I'll leave that to you.
What are you going to do with it?
I don't know, just look at it, wear it.
Can I remind him of Aldo, eh? All you've got when you finish your playing career is memories. That's all you've got. And I keep telling players that play today, remember the good times, remember the moments like this, because they're the ones that will last with you forever. Now, I don't remember the bad games I played in, I remember the good ones, and that's what you want to do. You want to remember the occasions where it had a real meaning. You know, you won the title, you won the FA, whatever it may be. You played international football, you played at the World Cup, you played at the European, whatever it may be. There'll be certain moments that will stick in your mind forever. Savour them, enjoy them. They don't always come around, don't come around as often as you like. And once you're finished, you can't go back in time to get to that time in your life where everything was so good. So you're left with the memories of all them fantastic moments, and you reminisce with your mates. And we have many a great laugh over a pint talking about our times when we were with Ireland, when you're with Liverpool.
You scored against Holland.
Two.
Everyone forgets his second one, yeah. But
not if you sit next to him for long enough, you don't forget it. Let me tell you.
No, the first one was better than the second, to be honest. Should we talk about it?
No, we haven't got time. Even now we haven't got time. We've still got 3.5 hours left on air.
No, it's okay.
I wanted to ask you, Jason. It might be a difficult question, actually. That
am I going to cry?
Possibly. I mean, there's every chance. I think we're only ever about 5 minutes away from tears on days like this, aren't we, from you? But actually, whether you said it there, you came close. That when you see days like this, or you watch a trophy lift yesterday, is there a tinge of we were quite close, and if we'd have won this game or that game, we might have got ourselves over the line?
It was funny. Robbie came pitchside yesterday, and it was a really touching moment. Actually, we were waiting for the players to come out the tunnel, and Robbie came down pitchside, you know, our speck in the corner, and the cop seeing him, and the whole cop started singing Fowler. And I swear, I went. I actually got a tear in my eye. I thought, oh, that's amazing. And I just looked at Robbie, and we both looked at each other, and it was if like we both had the same thought. I wish we'd done this. I wish we'd just won the title. You know, and Liverpool is it's an amazing club to play for, don't get me wrong. But the pressure and the stress that these guys and the generation before them, you know, they cemented the foundations of success, champions, winning stuff. And to play for Liverpool, if you don't win, you're a failure. And you know, we didn't get over the line. I finished fourth, I think, in my career at Liverpool. We should have won the title 1 year. You know, I think we were 12 points clear at Christmas, and we messed it up. And I do look at this and just think, like Razor said, I'd love to have this memory in the memory bank. You know, of doing a tour, of winning a title, and them Christmas lunches we get together, I might have something to talk about.
just on nearly things and regrets. 36 years today we lost to Arsenal 2-0 to lose the title. 26th of May, is it? Is that right today?
That's still a Razor, that game.
What do you think?
No, I know, but you look back and think, even after all the things you won and did,
like on the pitch, my biggest regret is not bringing down Michael Thomas when he went through.
Still,
I've got a picture in one of my toilets.
Best place to have it, I would assume.
Yeah, that's where I put it. I could have brought him down, and even to this day, I still think about that moment when I should have brought him down. And it's a massive regret on the pitch not doing that. But that is 36 years, I think, today. I think I'm right in saying that, when we played against Arsenal back in 1989.
Just took a bit of pressure off Barnsley there, haven't you? Because it's him who usually gets the stick.
Let's just quickly show you where they are in terms of on the route this afternoon. Getting towards 5 ways on this Champions Parade, which will be 15 kilometres instead of a good few hours until it gets down to the Strand. And as I keep saying, at the risk of repeating myself, that the people are still continuing to stream onto the streets down beneath us. But yeah, just getting towards 5 ways now on their route. And just to come back to what you were saying about Robbie Fowler there, and 20 league titles, it can be easy to think, well, so many players have won it. But you think of some of the greats that didn't, that Robbie Fowler being one, Steven Gerrard being another, that that tried so hard and got so close, and maybe as players this afternoon you won't be grateful of that, and you won't think of the greats that didn't do it, but that's worth remembering, isn't it, that some of the best that ever pulled on that red shirt never had this moment.
That makes me feel better, Rob. We were together last night, you know, myself, Stephen and Robbie, and you know, we're fans now. You know, this is the next best thing, isn't it? So to be around, like I said, to be around the lads and to be here today, to be with them last night and talk about the achievements they're doing now is obviously second best. And you know, you do think, and I said pitch side, me and Robbie looked at each other and just thought, imagine. In fact, we did call out a few of the players we played with actually. but yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing to be part of it. I mean, the Jürgen 7-year roller coaster was just, oh my God, it was just brilliant, wasn't it? I mean, the Champions League finals, I know we lost a couple, but the one we won, you know, it's just FA Cup finals down at Wembley, you know, being together, being with your mates, being with the fans, you know. I'm with Steven Gerrard last night and I'm with Robbie Fowler, but we're mates at the end of the day, and we're Liverpool fans. He wasn't Steven Gerrard last night, he was just celebrating Liverpool winning the title.
Just on that question you asked about so many great players missing out and not winning the title, it just shows you how difficult it is. Everyone thinks it's easy.
That was part of the point I was making, yeah.
That's the thing, Rob, it's not easy to win the title. You have to be mentally strong, game after game after game. You know every team you're playing against wants to beat you. They're out there competing against you, and you have to show your purpose in game. Go to Brentford away when Darwin comes on and scores a couple of goals. You just mentioned earlier Virgil with a goal against West Ham. This doesn't happen by luck. This is the lads being out there, being so focused on the job in hand, so determined to win the title. To get that out there, this is what they love. Did you see them yesterday? They were overjoyed with the way the fans reacted with them. Wait till they see this today and they sample this. They're going to absolutely love it. It's only going to make them even stronger and even more ready for next season and anything that comes their way.
And just on Ray saying there how hard it was to win a league title, and we touched on it with Gary, who won one with Leeds a little bit earlier on with him and Neil, that to do it with 4 games to go this season, to give yourself effectively 4 games to just enjoy it and get a few guards of honour with a manager in his first season, it takes some doing, doesn't it? I think personally, you might disagree or not, that it's been underestimated and maybe not applauded as much as it should have been how comfortable Liverpool were this season.
Yeah, there's 2 parts to my answer there. I mean, the game's quickened up, hasn't it, on and off the pitch. And, you know, if they'd gone the last game of the season, you know, the players would have got this then the next day, and then it would have been on to international duty or whatever they do. And the moment's kind of gone overnight, you know what I mean? You get 24 hours of it. With them winning, it's like, okay, the games haven't been great, but there's mitigating circumstances because of the narrative's done, isn't it? They've achieved what they needed to achieve. So we don't really need to look into the performances and the results. But the time they've had from Tottenham till now, you know, they can relish that moment. That, you know, everything's slowed down because they've won it. They can think about it. They can absorb it. They can reflect. They can look at things, and they can enjoy it. You know, they can really, really enjoy it. And Ray's right. Enjoying success is a big part of, you know, moving on. You know, you learn a lot about yourself in adversity and losing games, and you know, you learn a lot about your character and rolling your sleeves on, and your manager's looking at you going, who's going to pull us out today? Like you mentioned with Virgil, you know, when the chips are down, who are the players who stand up and be counted? Yeah, you learn a lot in adversity and things like that, but you also learn a lot about in success, because these things, they bring you back, the desire and the hunger. And we were at a dinner on Friday and Jürgen spoke, and he touched on...
long social this week for you, hasn't it?
Yeah, yeah. And he was talking about, you know, Guardiola. He said, you know, Man City, he said, you know, the next season they'd win it, and then the next season, and he said, you know, the hunger and desire was still there. And he was like, when are they ever going to give up? You know, and that's, I think, Guardiola's biggest compliments, is he kept the desire, the hunger and the passion.
But moments like this helps, doesn't it? You know, when you have this level of fan base behind you and support and passion and love for your club, and you win it, you want it more and more. We've seen that down at Brighton. Brighton beat Liverpool. I thought they'd won the league the way they were reacting. And I asked, you know, why is everyone so excited? And they said, well, we want this winning feeling. We want the players to understand what winning's about. This is what it brings. This is the joy that it brings. So you want to sample it more and more. I thought it was a great way to look at it afterwards. I didn't agree with it at the time, but afterwards, when I thought about it, it actually made some sense. And I think that would be the same with the manager. Look, lads, look what this means to the city, the red part of Liverpool. and what it means to them. This is the joy that you bring. Make sure you're ready for next season.
I have to say, sorry Jason, just those celebrations from Brighton on Monday night, it was one of the great auditions for grumpy old men from you that you couldn't understand why they were so happy. What are they doing? They haven't won the league. What are they doing? A real miserable old man stood in the tunnel down at the Amex, weren't you?
Just to touch on the second part of my answer, which was...
Oh, you hadn't finished?
No.
Incredible.
Just to highlight what Ray said about it being difficult, a narrative has been painted this season that the league has not been as competitive, has not been as... I'm not buying into that at all. I think apart from the bottom three that got relegated, I think on their day, anyone in the Premier League can beat anyone on their day. And, you know, I think we're moving away from the Guardiola influence and the disciples, and managers are now starting to think out the box and think for themselves and think of their own tactics. And in that sense, for Arne Slot, that's more solutions he's got to find. He's got more ways of winning, different kinds of, you know, tactics to play against. It's been different teams. He's been consistent with his team, but he has tweaked it a little bit here and there. And I think, you know, to win it with 4 games to go is testament to how good, you know, his management is, but how good the team is. And like Ray said, winning the title is not easy. It's just not easy, and I don't think the narrative that's been painted is just wrong. It's wrong.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. It's a really interesting conversation, I think, Ray, because you looked, I mean, yesterday is a prime example of a club below midway in the Premier League table, and you've got guys like Mark Gahey, Eza in that team. Yeah. The season that Jean-Philippe Mateta's had, to say that Crystal Palace are full of good players, Brentford are full of good players. You know, you look at a team like
Forest.
Wolves, Mateus Cunha, the league is packed with them, and it's one of the reasons why you've seen, I think, not the only reason, but Manchester United and Tottenham so far down the table this season.
Yeah, well, I think you've got to give a lot of credit to the owners of football clubs and the jobs that they're doing, in the sense that the recruitment policy has been excellent. I mean, Brighton and Brentford would be the 2 prime examples of that, you know, where they bring players in, they give them a platform to go and play from, and then if they're really good, the top clubs come in and buy them, and they make a lot of money. So all credit to them for doing what they're doing. I think the Premier League in a lot of respects this season's been exciting. I mean, last day of the season you had, was it 5 teams that could have got into the Champions League spots? So that in itself was good to watch. Liverpool's just been the best team. Nothing wrong with that. Whether the others were good, bad or indifferent doesn't mean anything to Liverpool. It's about what they had to do from minute 1 of game 1 against Ipswich, and what you do over the course of 38 games to win the title. And they were the best side consistently, and if you look at all the metrics, won more games, scored more goals, lost fewer games. I think Arsenal may be the same.
I mean, you're losing a couple of games when the job was done.
Yeah, when the job was done.
Exactly.
But if you look at everything that Liverpool did, they were better than everyone else. You know, and that's the basic line. At the end of it, that's what you've got to do. If you want to win the title, you've got to be better than everyone else, and that's what Liverpool were this season. So it doesn't matter what how the other teams played, whether you think it was a good league or an indifferent league. No matter. It's about winning the title. That's the most important thing. That's what you start off with. Your mindset. Every player driven. What's the focus? Let's win the title. A lot of people said, "Oh, I'm surprised Liverpool won it." I said, I wasn't one of them. I thought they were left a good squad. I didn't know what he was going to be like as a manager. I watched him pre-season. I was impressed with what I've seen of him. He's came in, he's put his own stamp on it, and the players have responded in a positive manner.
Yeah, put his own stamp on it, and this is what he gets as his reward, Arne Slot, to become a league champion in England, to become just the 6th manager to win in his first season with a club, to become just the 6th manager to win in his first full season as a Premier League boss. The question was asked about whether he could do it in England as well as the Netherlands. Well, he has delivered an emphatic response. Let's just touch on this then, as we can see what a lovely banner that is. We will miss you, Trent. Good luck. The reception yesterday, Jason, for Trent Alexander-Arnold perhaps reflected what he has achieved as a Liverpool player before he makes his way elsewhere.
Yeah, it was classy, wasn't it? Classy, and that's what we expect from Liverpool fans. You know, it was a touch of class what they did. You know, it was... you know, we were talking about it before we went on air. I don't think anyone knew which way it was going to go, to be honest. It was a slight, you know, could go the other way, but the way they handled it was amazing. And you know what? It was fitting. It was right. It was the right thing to do. I'm glad he got the send-off. Yeah, to see him as emotional, I'm getting upset now thinking about him. You know, the emotion that he poured out, his mum and everything. He will be missed. He's a top player, and you know, he's one of ours, isn't he? He's from the city. He's come through the academy. He's been amazing. But I understand why he wants to go. It's a different culture. You know, it's Real Madrid. You know, he's done everything at Liverpool you can win. He's given great service. He's a top player, and it was fitting that he got that send off. Well done to the fans. Thought they handled it brilliant.
I was delighted for him. I've got to be honest. I only watched it on the TV, but when he went to pick up the trophy, I thought he didn't know what the reaction he was going to get. I think he was still a little bit edgy. He's a little bit nervous about what was going to be said or done. When the fans gave him the reaction that he did, you could just see the relief from his face. He was overjoyed because he was kissing the badge and everything else that went with it. It showed you he still loves it. It's still part. Like you're not a club for the number of years that he's been at Liverpool. Done what he's done for the club, won the trophy that he's won, and you still don't have a love for the club. Of course he does. He still does. It's just a new chapter in his life where he's moving on to Real Madrid. Time will tell if it's the right move or not for him. But he's got to make that choice. He's an individual. He had that opportunity and he's decided to take the Real Madrid route. And the Liverpool fans wished him well yesterday.
Yeah, we will continue to talk about training. It's worth noting as well, as we saw Federico Chiesa just a few moments or so ago, that's another thing to tick off for Arne Slot this season, that he's won a Premier League title having signed just one player in the summer, and Federico Chiesa, hopefully we will see a little bit more of him in the seasons to come, because injuries once again blighted his season a little bit. I think he's probably still striving for a bit of fitness, but Federico Chiesa still enjoying his day. Just to come back to Trent then, Jason, and the decision that he makes or has made, I think probably sometimes for supporters, that everyone lining the streets today, with the bus now down below us on the Strand, would give so much for just 5 minutes in a Liverpool shirt. So I think therefore it can be difficult to understand why someone who is a Liverpool fan would want to go, but it is his job at the end of the day.
Listen, from day dot, football's been very, very tribal, isn't it? It still is, you know, as tribal as ever. And you know, when it's your team, like, you don't see anything else, do you? And Liverpool currently at the top table, one of the best teams in Europe, winning the title. You know, I think for some fans they find that hard to grasp. You know, why that decision's been made to leave. They just can't fathom it out and figure it out. But as professionals who have played the game, you know, I understand it. He's got no children, so he doesn't have to move them to schools. You know, he's not married, so you know, he doesn't have to think of, you know, a wife and a family, which plays into the narrative now when you move football club. Maybe that played into Salah and Van Dijk as well in the discussions. But he's won everything at the football club. So from a professional point of view, to go to another country, different culture, and it's Real Madrid, and I can understand it. Anyone else, I'd be more a bit like, I don't understand the move. But as a professional, and even, you know, I'm a Liverpool fan and played for Liverpool, it would be tempting. It would be tempting if it was Real Madrid.
Let's just check in with our virtual map, because that bus is continuing to make a little bit of progress along the streets of Liverpool and makes it to the Rocket flyover now. So edging ever closer to the Strand, but it will still be a good couple of hours before it gets down here. But as you can see, so many supporters flanking the route right from the start of this Champions Parade. 15 kilometres all in total, but bit by bit those Liverpool players and staff are waving at every single fan along the route who are taking their moment to enjoy and reflect on a season of success and reflect on league title number 20. To finish up on Trent then, it's always just magical to see those pictures of him as a kid in the academy, age 9, and you probably go there and your parents drop you off and you think, you know, you're kicking a ball against the wall or whatever it might be, and think one day, you know, you want to be the person who lifts the trophy. So to get that twice in his career, to win the champion, well, he's won every major honour. He's won every major honour going, but that is, again, 0.001% of people get to do that with their boyhood club. With their boyhood club. That is amazing.
Yeah, look, it's absolutely sensational for a local lad to do as well as he's done when you've been at an academy from a very young age, and change positions, change your identity as a player, had to refocus what was your strengths, and then to become the player that you are at a club that you love, and to win the trophies that he has. It's a massive decision, but we can't look inside his head to fathom out the reasons why he's done it. That's down to him. We're all different. Some might have won, some might not have won. The fans are quite right. It's their club. They don't see anything better than Liverpool Football Club. So for them, anywhere else is a downward step. That's
I
without
think it's a bit like when you get dumped by someone you still love, isn't it? That it comes out as anger, but it's actually just sadness because you wish he was still here.
Of course, the fans want him still here because he's been such a fantastic player for Liverpool Football Club. His talent going forward is unsurpassable in many respects from a full-back position. I don't think there's anyone in world football who passes the ball forward in the manner that he does. His vision, his awareness, his way to pass. It's been a tough few months for him. I wouldn't have liked to have been in his shoes, but the decision that he made, then live with it, and then everything social media-wise, we didn't have social media when we were playing with Jason, maybe a little bit at the end of his, but certainly I had none of it.
Making Jason seem very young to think he had social media at the end of his career.
Yeah, listen, he's my mate.
just about had typewriters back
but
then.
that, you know, for everything he's had to go through, and the knowledge that at some stage it has to come out that he's going to move on, and then to live with that, have your family and your friends surrounding you, and you knew how things were going to go as far as the backlash from some supporters, not all supporters, but some of them are going to be very unhappy that he's made the decision to move to Real Madrid. Must have been a very difficult time for him. He's handled it really well. And for me, when he scored that goal against Leicester and the outpouring from him just showed you the individual that he is. Even when things weren't right and his mind was not quite where it should be, he still had the presence of mind then to score that goal, to run over to the fans and celebrate with them. That for me is absolutely sensational.
It's not an emotional decision. If it was an emotional decision, he'd stay. It's a professional decision. You know, at the end of the day, we're footballers. It's our job, and you know, it's what we do. As much as we're in love with a football club and we want to be there, there's lots of different circumstances. There's lots of different factors. You know, and he's made it purely out of a professional decision because he's emotionally attached to his football. You could see it yesterday. The outpouring, you know, the tears, his mum hugging him. Oh, it was amazing. And you know, to see it, it was sad, really, really sad. And he must have been thinking, going to change my mind.
But there'd be local lads who played for the club who never wanted to leave, but the club asked them to move on. You know, they said, you're surplus to requirements, move on. That hurt them. You know, that was a big moment in their footballing life because what they wanted to do, I can assure you, was stay at the club forever.
I did.
That's what they wanted to do, stay for the club forever. But they didn't get that opportunity. So I know it's slightly different because he's moving and it's his decision to do so. It's not the club's decision. But it must have been a really hard choice for him. And I think we have to reflect on that and understand that he is a human. He's got feelings. And, you know, that was the choice that he had to make. And he's gone with the Madrid one, and he thinks it's the right one for him as an individual. And I think we have to respect that.
Well, maybe in a few minutes we'll have a little chat about the man who might fill his boots right back at a certain Conor Bradley, who will be on that bus as well, enjoying league title number one for him. Not you. Good God, things would really have to be bad if McAteer wheeled out of retirement in his cream. Very cheap, yeah, in more ways than one. Anyway, we'll maybe talk about Conor Bradley in just a few minutes' time, but let's get back out amongst the fans with Errol.
Everywhere you look, there is a sea of red here on Queen's Drive. I am with Emily and Eliza, big Liverpool fans. Guys, where have you travelled from?
Literally, Fazak.
Oh, so you're a local on your doorstep?
Yeah, man.
Perfect. How have you felt this season building up to this moment?
Bro, it's been just heavy, hasn't it? Do you know what I mean? Like, obviously, Klopp got off and then obviously Arne Slot's come in and he's just
slotted right in, hasn't
he? Yeah, massively, bro. It's just been like emotional, but then obviously winning it early and then just like it's been like a pure 4 or 5 week party, hasn't it? Do you know what I mean? So this is different, though, isn't it? Do you know what I mean?
Have you ever seen anything like this in the city?
No.
No. Brilliant. Moments that will live forever. Who has been your favourite Liverpool player this season?
Salah.
Salah? Yeah. Why has he been your favourite player?
Because he's a good player.
Not only a good player, he's world class, isn't he?
Yeah. He's a good scorer.
Scores really big goals for Liverpool, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, guys, thank you very much for taking the time out. I hope you enjoy your afternoon, and it was good to meet you. Okay, you take it easy. And we are back with honestly one of the best vehicles that I've seen. The A-team have got nothing on this.
Thank you.
Imran, where have you come from today and how long have you been parked up on Queen's Drive?
Come from Bradford. We've been here since 7:30 in the morning.
And how has this season felt for you as a Liverpool fan? Sum it up for me.
The best. Oh, I can't even explain it. Feeling in the world.
best feeling in the world. And out of all of these players in this team, who's the one player that has absolutely lit it up for you this season?
Mo Salah, the best in the world.
Best in the world. And on that, you guys, we'll go for it. Mo Salah, run it down the wing. Salah, the Egyptian king. Mo Salah, run it down the wing. Salah, the Egyptian king. Guys.
Thank you very much. So over the flyover, the bus goes. So a few less people because of where it physically is. The fans can't get there, but still you can see plenty flanking the routes. And as is the case, that trophy is still being lofted high up in the air. You can just see it through that wonderful waft of ticker tape and smoke as well. And the players and staff will be having the most wonderful afternoon, and I'm sure the supporters will be too. So we spoke about it, Jason, that the man who might fill the gap at right back in the absence of Trent Alexander-Arnold. No pressure, Conor Bradley?
Yeah, he's a different player.
Does that help then, do you think, that he's not trying to be the same type of fullback as Trent is?
Yeah, I think so. He's got different qualities, which I'm sure you want to talk about. I think he's a better defender than Trent, but Ray's right. I don't think there's anyone better in Europe who can pass a ball like Trent, and but for Conor that's not a problem. He's still very able with the ball at his feet, likes to get forward. In that sense, I think he's going to have to learn quickly the relationship with Mo Salah. They had a very good relationship, Trent, and very good understanding, Trent and Mo Salah. That's something that he's going to have to work on. But listen, he's played over. He played over about 50 games now, hasn't he, Conor Bradley? Yeah. So he knows his way around the football club. He knows what's expected of him. He's bided his time. And listen, had Trent decided to stay, his career could have took a big change and a different path, couldn't it? But he's going to sign a new contract. Trent's decided to leave, and now the door's open, and he's got to take it with both hands.
Just on Conor Bradley then, Ray, as we dip back to your awards that you handed out, and the game of the season you picked was that victory over Real Madrid in the Champions League, where Liverpool just exercised a few demons against the reigning European champions. That challenge from Conor on Kylian Mbappe was perhaps better than the goals in that match.
He got the loudest cheer, I can assure you that. It was absolutely amazing. It was an old-fashioned challenge, wasn't it, 50-50. He wanted it more than the opposition player, and he was fully committed to going in and win it. It's going to be a big season for Conor. There's going to be a lot of pressure on him because he'll be the number one. Whereas he knew with Trent he was the backup. And came in and done a sterling work. Great individual, humble lad. Really works hard at his game. Keeping fit's going to be key for him. Different players develop at different ages. Your bone structure, your muscle awareness, how strong your muscles are. It might be that this season's the one for him. But I'm sure there'll be one or two coming in as well to put him under a little bit of pressure for that right back berth as well. So you'll know from game one that he's got to be on it, 100%, because the manager can't afford to carry anyone. You're going to have to be playing at the highest level to retain your position at Liverpool.
I was in Belfast on Saturday. I was doing something there, and there was a couple of. But
anyway, you've not been in it last week.
No,
really milking this title, Vic.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, I'm everywhere, to be honest. And I was with a couple of the coaches that knew him, Conor, and they said he's got this appetite for learning. He's a really grounded individual, young lad. He just wants to keep learning all the time. He's good family. I think his mum looks after him, doesn't she? As in, like his agents. I don't think he's got an agent. I think his mum does all his stuff. So obviously that that's great. And like Ray said, the dynamics have changed for him because he's obviously the number one now. But he's well capable.
Well, I'm sure that Dungannon Swifts, where it all started out for Conor Bradley, will be incredibly proud. I'm sure that. Thank you. I'm more Irish than you, probably. I suspect, Jason. It must be close. But yeah, they will be very proud. Conor Bradley's old club, and everyone actually back in Northern Ireland, I know, is very proud of what Conor's achieved, and he is part of that front bus of players who are continuing their way through Liverpool and waving to all of the supporters. And actually, on a wider point, Ray, about the potential for Conor Bradley to come in and replace Trent Alexander-Arnold is the importance of the academy here. And it was interesting, one of the things that Jurgen Klopp used to say quite regularly was, We aren't the club who can go and spend £300 million every summer on buying a player, and if one player fails in that position, we just buy another one. It's important to bring your own players through. Alexander-Arnold, Bradley, Curtis Jones, Jarell Kwanzaa, name a couple more if you want.
I just wonder with Arne Slot, because he's not really brought anyone through because it was his first season. I think with more experience, because it being his first season, he needed to hit the ground running to make sure that he got the right results and put Liverpool in a good position. I think as time goes on, he'll be more aware of the younger players coming through and the ones he thinks can transition from the underage groups to the first team squad. I thought Jurgen was brilliant at that. Well, I've got to give him the utmost credit for the way he brought through the youngsters. Time and time again in matches, he was not afraid to put the youngsters in and give them their opportunity, because you need a pathway. You must have a pathway at a football club from youth level to the first team. Parents have to see it because they've got to trust putting their child in the academies to say, well, I'll put you there, but if I can't see them getting through at the first team, what's the point? But when you see that, not only does it give confidence to the players getting the opportunities, but to the families as well. And I think that's absolutely huge in the modern game. You can't always go out and spend money. It's about development. And why shouldn't you be able to develop youngsters in this country, or wherever you bring them in from, develop them the way you want them to play, make them even better on a daily basis, but they need to have the desire and determination to do that.
It can be a very beneficial revenue stream, academy football, and Ray's right, he hit the nail on the head, and it was the point I was going to make. You know, if parents now are looking at talent pathways and which football club they're going to go to, they want to see an end. They want to see an end goal, and they want to see he could make it into that first team. And Alex Inglethorpe and his team down at the academy have done a fantastic job, an amazing job. I mean, you just rolled off the names.
And worth mentioning, by the way, with two former Ireland internationals, Quaveen Keller's influence in this season as well, because Alisson's injury for a little period, he came in and did a great job too. But we will talk about some of the other key figures throughout the course of the season a little bit later on. We can show you on our virtual map that bus is continuing to make its progress along its 15-kilometre journey here. The rain is falling once again, but as I said, the atmosphere is building. It is absolutely packed down there on the Strand already, and it is still a good couple of hours until we will see the players and the Premier League trophy down beneath us. But still, everyone is enjoying their day, even in these pretty grotty conditions. We're going to take a quick breather, pop inside. We're going to leave you with the pictures and the sounds and the sights of this Champions Parade, and we'll be back with you for a bit more chat very shortly.
at school, right?
Not really.
Not really? Well, everyone's been singing it here today. What did you guys think of that? That was pretty special, wasn't it?
That was absolutely immense. I think because we had 4 weeks to plan it, I think that's why everyone's came. That's why there's going to be about 1.5 million people on the streets of Liverpool today. So it was just great to be a part of it.
Yeah, you guys have come over from Chester, am I right, to watch today, Louis?
Yes, we have, yeah.
What about you? Did you enjoy it? You're shivering a little bit there. Was that fun?
Yeah.
Who do you support?
Liverpool.
Liverpool. And who's your favourite player? I reckon I can guess. Mo Salah. You told me. Mo Salah. And you love Mo Salah.
Sing the song.
Oh, have you got Mo Salah?
Mo Salah, running down the way.
Woo! You can do that as well. Go on, give us a little.
Mo Salah, running down the way.
Very good. You are both the best singers I've seen today. Tell me, why do you like Mo Salah so much?
Because he's the best football player.
He's pretty good, isn't he? How did it feel when you saw him on the bus just then? He was right at the front.
I felt happy.
Did you see the trophy as well?
Yeah.
You had the best day, haven't you?
LA had tears in her eyes, didn't you, when you seen it?
It's been so special. Listen, thank you so much, guys, for speaking to us. Back to you guys.
Guys, in a sea of red, there is always going to be the odd speckle of blue, but you do look fantastic, I must say. I'm with Vicky, Elaine and Joyce here on Queen's Drive. Ladies, tell me how you're feeling today.
Do you know what? Absolutely amazing atmosphere down here. Every day of the year we're blue through and through, Evertonians, but today we joined together for the city. Proud to be blue, but also proud to be a Liverpool.
And how much does it mean for you to have your friends and your family, even if you don't support Liverpool, with you on a day like this?
Absolutely amazing. I said we're having a party in Vicky's Lisa. She's got red and blue balloons out, so the whole street's out for this party.
We're partying later then, Joyce, are we, girl?
We are partying. Liverpool has brought this Liverpool town together. Everton and Liverpool together.
Well, that's it, guys. Honestly, ladies and gentlemen, it doesn't matter what side of the fence you sit on, whether you're blue or red. Liverpool, this is what it is about. Family, friends alike, old and young, all here together to celebrate this parade. Liverpool, you never walk alone. Thank you very much, and we will keep you posted with all of the content throughout this parade today.
Well, you're enjoying our coverage of the Champions Parade this afternoon. The sights and the scenes down on the Strand are quite incredible. People as far as the eye can see. Let's continue our coverage and our reflections on this brilliant Liverpool season in the company of Neil Mellor, Gary McAllister and Mark Benstead.
Yes, alongside Gary McAllister, Neil Mellor for the next hour or so as we try and talk you through the scenes that are developing around the city, and they are incredible scenes. Before we move on with things, let's just bring you up to speed with where the bus is at. We are just about to hit there or thereabouts the Jolly Miller. From there, of course, the parade leaves Queen's Drive and turns down to Millbank before it heads to West Derby Road. So it is ticking along a little bit slowly at the moment, and it will be some time before it gets to us down at the Strand. But let's just show you the scenes at the Strand at the moment, because they are quite unbelievable. You can hear the fireworks off behind me. We've had renditions of You Never Walk Alone over the course of the last 10-15 minutes or so. There are thousands upon thousands of people here, and it have been here since what, 9:30, 10 this morning, and it just gets, the crowd gets deeper and deeper every time I look down there. And this is quite incredible. And again, just to reiterate the point, I don't think the bus will be down past these people for about another 2-3 hours.
Yeah. I mean, where the bus is now, it's sort of in and around the Melwood region, the old training ground, of course. And we've been here for several hours, and the crowds have grown, the buzz has grown, the noise has grown, and for a lot of these people, they never get the chance to go to games. So for many, it's an opportunity to see some of the heroes, some of the players that have given them so many magical moments this season, and just a chance to celebrate and thank them. And despite the weather being awful, and it is, it's not deterred them. It's unbelievable the numbers that you see.
The electricity now, the atmosphere is really, we are obviously live here, and it's building. But for me, just seeing where the bus is going through those streets, it's great to see the generations of fans. When you see the granddad, the dad, the grandsons, and they're all there. You can just imagine them telling the stories of when they watched it as kids. It's great scenes. But here, down close to the River Mersey, on the Strand, it's wow. I've never seen so many people. It's amazing.
But it's kind of like a festival feel to it. It's a party feel to it. You get a sense down behind us that people are gathered here. They know it's going to be a while. They know the weather's awful, but they're all like, we're going to enjoy it, make the most of it. So the sing-songs are breaking out. I think there's been a few beach balls chucked around. There's trophies here and everywhere. It's all about turning it into the best occasion it can possibly be and milking it for everything it's worth, because it is 35 years in the making to see that.
20 times, 20 league champions, 20 times champions of England. It's pretty special.
Yeah, I mean, we've been in and around big games before, and even the recent cup finals. There's always a buzz, but there's an extra buzz for this sort of celebration. And I think what makes this one more special is the fact that it's been accessible for the fans to be here. I think in previous parades, when there's been a cup final, you fly back and you're straight into the parade, and a lot of fans who are at those games don't get the chance to be at the game and the parade. Today, everybody that was at the game yesterday who've flown over to Liverpool, they can be part of it. Nobody's missed it. If you're a Liverpool fan, you are in and around the city and sharing the celebrations with the players and other fans as well. Great day.
Just because we had the ability to actually prepare, because we were champions a couple of 3 weeks ago, and people have had the time to prepare their journeys. I've met people in the last 2-3 days, Australia, New Zealand, Malaysia, Indonesia, and north of Scotland, Aberdeen, Stirling, Dundee. They're coming from Scotland, Ireland, Wales, across the Pennines and Yorkshire. They're coming from everywhere.
Yeah, it's incredible. People have come from near and far. You've been in this situation, Gary. You've been on open top buses. You've been one of those players looking down on scenes like this. What went through your head? You did it with Leeds United, of course, and you did it here. That first one in particular, to get a taste of it. What was that experience
like? The experience, the thing that I loved about the experience is sharing the success with the fans. The fans are with you right throughout the season, and to actually share that celebration and right through the city, getting very, very close to the fans, that's the thing you can remember. You get great memories of the Leeds United one, but winning the treble here was very similar as well. And in that one, I was very fortunate to get my son up beside me on the bus, so it was very special.
That must be a proper,
And the memories live with you forever. You've got the photographs. There's always loads of the photographers from the football club, and they're great keepsakes. And obviously, when I see these scenes, I'm instantly reminded of the time. shared the bus with Cara and Patrick Berger and Schmeisser and Steven Gerrard. It was magic.
When you were going round, were you sort of looking out, and did you keep sort of stopping yourself and being amazed when you see guys up lampposts on top of bus stops, hanging out the windows?
You just go, wow, is this real? And after half an hour, and another hour goes past, and another half hour goes past, and the same amount of people each time you go down another half mile of the road, there's just more and more people, and then you come to the crescendo of getting down here, next to the docks. You just never forget it.
It's always amazing, Neil, isn't it, that the lengths people will go to get that vantage point on days like this. It's like they defy gravity, they defy health and safety. I know that, to get to places you don't think people could physically get to.
I know, and we've all seen the images, the videos, the pictures of even outside Anfield. They're on roofs, they're on the gates, and it's the passion, it's the emotion. That's what it does to you. That is how much happiness and joy Liverpool Football Club have given these people. And we mentioned about it not being 35 years since we last won a trophy in front of fans, and we felt as though we were deprived of that with the COVID period. But even the Champions League successes we've had, they've been big numbers, but this is the Premier League. This has been the big one that we've wanted to win for a number of seasons, and the boys have done it, and that's why people...
I think that's, for me, Nels, as well, the barometer of Liverpool is, somebody like me who's played against Liverpool for most of my career. I played against them. The barometer is always the league. I'd always pride themselves on winning league titles, and to get to 20, that's what makes it special, because this is where Liverpool are. They're the champions, back in the Champions League. So I think the Champions League's an amazing trophy, but Liverpool for me is about winning league titles.
I also feel when you see these scenes, we're seeing them now, that the pictures will be all over the world on social media. I think this is one of the best adverts to any potential player who wants to come and sign for Liverpool Football Club. Yes, you can see how we perform on the pitch. Yes, you can see Anfield, but look at the numbers that turn out to appreciate the efforts of this group of players. Do you want to be a player on that bus in future seasons? And I really feel as though there'll be many players thinking, I want to be a part of that, and that could be the difference. That could be the potential difference.
The other thing is, as we all know, for the last 3 or 4 days, there's been events every minute of every single day. There's been so many opportunities for fans to meet old players, young players, and see fellow fans from all parts of the world. It's just been this city's. It's been an amazing buzz in the city, and today it's just going to explode.
It's a showcase for the football club. It's a showcase for the city itself as well, and not to be disparaging about any other football club, because everyone has hardcore fans who will celebrate moments like this. But I think when you put the pictures of today alongside other football clubs' title triumphs or cup celebrations, there are different levels to it. And I think this is a notch up most. And I think if you are a player looking on from afar, you go, wow, I'd like a bit of that.
I don't think there's many clubs in world football. I wonder if you agree or not, Mackie. Yes, Palace will do theirs with winning the FA, and that was special for their group of fans. Tottenham did theirs winning the Europa League. But there's only very few clubs, and we're one of them in the world, that can create the amount of numbers.
Did you see the pictures coming in from Napoli the other day? It was impressive, and it was big, and it was rowdy. I don't see it being up over 1 million people like it's going to be here in the next couple of hours.
Those tend to be, it's one congregation, it's one centre, it's all amazing. Very few football clubs can take over a city like this. If you took an aerial view of the whole city right now, most of the streets would be lined in red. That's just the reality.
It's a 4-hour bus ride, and there's thousands the whole time.
What's the strategy as a player in these occasions? Do you pace yourself? Pace yourself in terms of consumption of alcohol the night before and on the day, or do you just power through it? What was your coping mechanism?
As a Scotsman, we tend to power through things.
I thought that might be the case.
You've got to think it through a wee bit, because you obviously you don't want to forget it. You want to just soak up and get it into your skin. The moment, as much as the alcohol maybe in your we'll go in a different direction. No, you've just got to make sure that you just soak in and just go. You're part of something really, really special, and as you get older, like myself, you just remember, I was there that day. In this one, we will definitely be sat having a beer maybe in 10 years' time and go, remember that day when Liverpool won 20th title.
And that's what football is, the memories, the moments you want to share with people. For the players, it's the teammates. For the fans, it's to share it with mates, with family, that they'll never forget days like this.
Yeah, and those current players are making memories right now. Let's dip in and find out how they are finding it. Let's join Peter McDowell on the team bus.
Unbelievable. The best city in the world. Just have a look at it. Best city.
I understand, mates. It's unbelievable. Dom,
Now you ask the question.
For you, first time this trophy, how you feel?
I'm feeling very good. Very good. Yeah. Hopefully next year the same.
You Kurt? How many Kurt?
What do you want from me, brother?
How you feel about this trophy this year?
It's my second one, but this one feels even more special. I played more of a bigger role in this. So it's good just to enjoy it here with all the staff and the players. And of course the fans as well. This is what it's all about. The city's red.
And now leave us alone, we got a party!
Great stuff. Apologies, Pete has been temporarily replaced as our reporter on the team. As Costas has taken over. Doing a fine job as well. If you want to join us for Matchday Live next season, just give us a buzz. Incredible to see the boys soaking it in, as we have to do it. And also kind of being taken aback by it, Gary. You know, it is kind of like slightly, you haven't seen it before, especially the dominant.
Yeah, two of the foreign lads, they'll never have witnessed anything like this before. You know, Curtis is a local lad, you know, come good, and he must, as he said, he's very proud of his city and very proud to be part of it. And I think it probably means that little bit more if you come from in and around Liverpool to celebrate with your own people and your own fans.
Curtis is probably Neil at that stage. He's been a young lad lying in the streets. He probably remembers he's sitting on the TV, he's seen the pitch, he's been out on the pavement. Now to have been flipped and lived the dream, I guess that is an extra special moment that really hits home.
Well, I was going to say he was probably there in 2001 for Macca's trip, and I'm thinking, was he born?
No.
Was he even born?
No.
So you start thinking, he's that young, doesn't he? But yeah, I mean, you know, himself, and you know, for the academy, it's been a really thriving place, and Curtis Jones is now one of the players who they will look up to. You know, there'll be players in the academy in this parade, under 10s, under 11s, 12s, thinking, I want to be there. I want to be there for Liverpool in future years, and they may be. And maybe Curtis was one of those in previous ones. I think maybe 2005 he may have been around sort of for that one. Trent Alexander-Arnold as well. And yeah, I mean, that is the reality. That is the reality, that there's so many kids watching, boys, girls, thinking, I want to experience that. I want the dream is still there for so many.
The stories just get passed down through the generations. You know, that's one of the wonderful things when you play for this club. You meet, you know, some of the players from different generations, and they tell you the stories of it. You know, they were in the Kop. You know, when the Kop, you used to see those pictures of the Kop swaying. You know, and you just been inspired by Bill Shankly and that team, and then and as the club grew, things just get better and better, and that winning mentality is back. The expectation of these people that are lining the streets is always there. This club's a winning club.
I think also what's important, and what we're saying, I think Jurgen really helped that period, the connection for the football club, the players and the fans. And if the players are to achieve anything, which they have done, they have to have that connection with the supporters, and I feel as though that was brought back under Jurgen really powerfully.
Well, I think with Jurgen working in Dortmund's you know, it's a working town, working class town, big connection between the people and the football club, and you know, they have wonderful moments when you watch Dortmund as well. You know, their fans, the yellow wall in Westfalenstadion. So there are similarities, but this again, it's just up another level.
But that's it. And also, if you manage a football club in a city like this, with a fan base like this, it makes sense to tap into it, because it is such a powerful thing. If you can harness it in the right way, it becomes a real driving force. Let's go back to the point about the academy lads. That's one of the big successes of the last 10 years. And obviously you've covered so many of the academy games, Neil. But there isn't just a pathway into the first team squad now. There's a pathway into the first team regularly for academy players, and a pathway to success, to trophies. Look at the players who come through that academy now and picked up winners' medals. It's incredible. On that bus just now, there's a good handful who've come through that pathway.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the relationship has certainly improved. You know, for my time, it was strained. It was on two different sites. We were down at the academy in Kirkby, the first team were at Meld, and it was very difficult to get that connection with the first team and to being around the players, being around the staff, whereas that relationship has improved since Alex Inglethorpe went in at the academy, and I feel as though that has helped the younger players. Now, for a young player, if you want to be in the first team, you need to see somebody who's been in your position. In my time, it was Steven Gerrard. Everybody looked up to Stevie and goes, I want to be on the pathway where he is. I want to be the next one of those. And the current team now, it's Curtis who we've just seen, but also Trent Alexander-Arnold. They've been the two that have been really inspirational to so many of these young, talented young players that we've got in the academy, 17, 18, that might in 3-4 years' time be playing more regularly in and around the
I
first
think
team.
that's what Alex, you mentioned Alex Inglethorpe, he plays a massive part with that, because when you say Liverpool Football Club, in my head, I always feel as if they were such a winning club, but also a very humble club. You know, and the way that the traditions are very rich here, and I think that comes from the academy as well. You know, I've met all the young guys who played or touched the first team in the last couple of 3 seasons. I mean, every time you meet some of them, they're polite, their etiquette's good, so they're getting things really good at the academy to prepare them for this.
And you know, and it's changed from the day when Stephen would have made it into the first team regardless because his talent was just undeniable. But in the last decade, there've been players who've been given an opportunity, maybe showed glimpses, but didn't have that star quality, who've come in and played games, made a contribution. Some have come in for short spells, then moved on. Others have stayed right throughout. And you touched on the guys there, the likes of Curtis, the likes of Trent, who made big roles. Kevin Kelleher this season, the games he played, the role he played, even Vidislav Yanis getting his 10 minutes for a short spell, being ready and prepared to step in on that stage, just kind of underlines the progress around the whole club in that.
And that will always be the case. For young players, opportunities are rare. So when you get an opportunity to train with the first team in itself, that's when you can show the first team staff, the first team players what you're all about. What's your attitude like as well? How much do you want to be in and around the place? How can you handle being around some of the senior players? I always feel as though the pre-season tour is a really good opportunity for those young players, especially after a major tournament. Now, Gary, you were there pre-season, and a lot of these younger players got a chance to say, I want a future at the club. Now, they might not have played many games this season, but they still show maybe a little bit of where they want to be in a few years' time.
Yeah, but Nels, there's also that opportunity. Maybe the chances might not come with the first team, but the fact that they've played in the first team or in and around the first team, you know, it gets them opportunities to go out and loan, to get games under their belt, to then come back. You know, go and grow, play some proper football. You know, for points, not development football, and then come back, because it doesn't happen all the time when somebody like Steven Gerrard is in the team at 18, 19, he stays there. That's rare. But people's pathways can be different. So getting in and around the first team allows you to get a chance maybe at another club to go and get games, to then come back and show that you're capable of playing for one of the big clubs on the planet.
What you also need is a manager who's able to bring the best out of players. We've seen that this season, Arne Slot, where certain players have gone up to a different level of playing, and you've both been asked to pick a young player of the season up to Ryan Gravenberch, and he has been a perfect example of the way a manager can shape a player, bring a player on, because he has been one of the key figures within Liverpool, especially at the start of the season, but even through the whole campaign, a really important operator for us now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're thinking about a young player for Liverpool, how many fall in that category? Thinking of Conor Bradley, Harvey Elliott, Kwanzaa, who maybe haven't had the same game time as Ryan Gravenberch, who has been one of the most consistent performers. Now we did the review show on a Monday. We almost have a Ryan Gravenberch section every single game because of how good he's been. He is intelligent. I think he's mobile. He'll get into positions to take the ball off the centre halves. He can turn. He knows what's around him. He's got that sort of awareness. I think his game intelligence is at such a high level for somebody so young. And I thought the best thing that happened to him was the transfer window closing. So much speculation. We're bringing this player in. We're bringing that player.
Also, I felt as if he'd been like a new signing, for Arne Slot, because the season before, I seen Gravenberch as a running eight. Just somebody who was looked very athletic from box to box. A couple of 3 weeks in the US, when it looked as if Endo maybe lost that number 6 slot, and then they started, putting Ryan in there. I've seen a totally different player. I've seen a player who the way he presents his body to the ball, the way he could let it run through his body, his awareness of space and where to turn away from an opponent. It's like a new player. He's nailed that spot, but he also still shows us that ability when he does the little shimmies and lets the ball run across himself, that he can get from box to box in it seems like 3-4 seconds. So he's got a massive big gate. I just think and I think there's more to come from Gavin, but if he can add a couple of goals as well, it nudges him up another level.
But it also tells you about his attitude as well, because he's not played that position before. You mentioned there you've seen him more as an 8, maybe a more attacking midfield player.
8, yeah.
And players want to play in the position they want to play him, and he's played in a position where he's unfamiliar to him. He's got on with it. Yeah. He's not moaned. He's not kicked up. He's just got on with it, and it's been absolutely sensational.
Yeah, there's been moments when people have went and pressed him really high when he's been in that number 6 area, just in front of the centre half, and and the centre halves have rolled it into him, and he's made some brilliant little movements to wriggle away from the press. But then he's going into the area that he's played in before, higher up the pitch, running across the halfway line with the ball, and then he's getting there to feed the forwards. It's been really impressive. It's been really, really impressive.
One of those players where you know what he's going to do when he's going to let the ball run across him, but you can't stop it. One of those players who has that knack to take the ball in such a way that it's impossible to halt him almost. We should sort of dip in and talk about some of these pictures we're seeing. We don't want to take them for granted. This is sort of West Derby Road. It's pretty phenomenal. I know this is going to be a theme throughout the course of the day, but wow, if you're a player on that bus now, you are thinking, this is something different. This is different gravy. Yeah,
memorable, unforgettable, want more of it. Doesn't want it to end. I'm sure the players are thinking, cannot believe how many people are out here, and they've still got a good an hour and a half or so before they get down here outside the Liver building, and it will be just one big party, and that's what this weekend has been. Macca mentioned it a little bit earlier. We knew we'd won the league 4 weeks ago, and it's been gearing up to yesterday at Anfield to see the trophy presentation, which was special in itself. To get a ticket for that was like gold dust. But then just seeing people around the city, in and around restaurants, in and around the streets, not got a ticket, but they're just here to soak up the atmosphere. Got the Liverpool shirts on, got the kids with them, and it's just these are days that you'll always remember.
We also seen some pictures at Birmingham New Street and Crew Station. The Liverpool fans are just taking over train stations all over the country to try and get a train to get here.
It's absolutely incredible, yeah. It'd be fascinating if we had an aerial shot of all the different routes coming into Liverpool today, because whether it's by train, whether it's by road, whatever the way they were going to come, and people were going to find a route in for this morning and for this afternoon. And let's head back out onto the route just now. First we'll hear some thoughts from fans who are lining the streets of the city, and then we're back onto the bus where we'll catch up with Johnny Heitinger, get his thoughts on what today has been like from the coach's point of view.
Yeah, I've got a couple of cop kids with me. Give us a big cheer for Liverpool, guys! Yay! They are absolutely loving it. We've all just seen the parade bus go by. I'll come down here to the young Bobby. Bobby, tell me, how are you feeling, mate?
Good.
Good? Can we not do better than that? You're not amazed? Brilliant?
Yeah.
Yeah, great. Guys, in terms of this season, out of 10, how good has it been? 10 out of 10! It has. And who's our favourite Liverpool player? Mo Salah. Really? Alisson. Who's yours?
Salah.
Salah. Who's yours?
I don't know.
Don't know. Virgil. What about Virgil?
Yeah, Virgil.
Virgil van Dijk. Okay, guys. And in terms of this title, you have just seen the parade bus, seen the pictures, big cheers all around. How happy are you, Bobby?
Good.
Good, he's still good, guys. That's brilliant. That'll do us. And we've got a song, haven't we? He's a centre half. He's a number 4. Watch him defend, and we watch him score. He'll pass the ball, come as you like. He's Virgil van Dijk. He's Virgil van Dijk. Well, I can tell you now, ladies and gentlemen, these kids have just absolutely smashed it, and we are still here, loving life. The rain will not stop us from smiling today, because Liverpool are champions! Yay!
Well, you joined us here with Sipka Hushoff and Johnny Heitinger as well. We're about an hour and a half into this incredible emotional journey, Johnny. How do you feel? What have you seen so far?
Oh, this is amazing. All the emotions, but the happiness is unbelievable. The happiness, you can see all the faces, all the smiles. It's incredible.
you're looking into people's eyes, you can see what this club, this success means to them.
It's immense. It's immense. So if you see how many people here on the streets, it's crazy.
An air of celebration. Sipke, you're a year into this whole adventure now. Did you ever envisage this would happen so soon?
I think you win such a big prize, of course, is the best thing what can overcome us in the first year. But if you, what Johnny also already said, if you see the happiness of all the people from young to old, and you saw it already a little bit in the stadium when we won, and when we won the league against Tottenham Hotspur, how happy the people were, and that is actually the nicest thing to win a prize. That you see the happiness from all the LFC fans, and yeah, that makes me also very happy.
It's what great Liverpool people and managers have always said, make the people happy, and you've done that this year.
Yeah, but that is, I think, the most important. That's also our job, that we make the people happy, that they go with a good feeling to the game, that they go back home with a good feeling when they come home and tell their wife or tell their friends that they saw a good game. And in the end, if you have good football, we play good football, we play aggressive football, and we have good results, then you get this, what you see now.
Johnny, you were a top player as well. The togetherness between the boys is very obvious, and that's no coincidence. They have to be a close group to achieve what they've achieved this year.
The togetherness was great, you know, and what we mentioned before, you don't have to be each other's friend as long as you're fighting for each other. And the boys and the players, they're fighting for each other, so let's enjoy.
Sipke, just one final one on the manager. You've been together now for nearly 10 years. He has done an unbelievable job this year. He's been very subtle with it as well. His personality is very different to Jurgen, but you can tell how much he's loved by the people here.
Sorry, one time the question, I didn't understand the last part.
I'm saying you can tell how much the manager is loved. You've been with him for 10 years now.
Yes.
This is obviously a very special day for him as well.
Yeah, of course, man, of course. If you look at him, and sometimes we look each other in the eyes, and I think Johnny the same, and then you do only like this, and this is unbelievable. That we can do it with all of us, the total staff members, medical, physical, and of course also the technical staff. If we can do this in 1 year, yeah, so we have to be real prepared for the second year, but can it be bigger than this? I hope so.
Congratulations, guys.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
We are still here at the Jolly Miller. I am with a couple of Liverpool fans. We have just seen George holding up a Luis Diaz shirt. Lads, how does it feel to see the boys there bringing home the Premier League trophy?
Boss, I remember coming to the 2005 one, and then the other one we didn't make because he was born the day before. But to come and be with him now as boss, it's everything I've ever wanted.
George, it's raining, but nobody cares because we've just seen Liverpool with the parade bus. How are you feeling, mate?
I feel good because you like the performance and everyone, what they're doing and the stuff that they're helping us do for the whole team.
And it's brilliant for the city. Fans from all over. We've had fans come from, I've spoken to people from Norway, all the way from Ireland. We've had fans from all over today. Mate, I know you're local, but how much does this mean to you for the city?
Boss, it's boss for the city. All the local businesses will win from it and everything as well. So made up that everyone's come out with so many numbers. Never seen it this busy before in my life.
Fantastic. Yeah. And Luis Diaz, your favourite player?
Yeah.
Lucho.
Sing a song.
We call him Lucho.
Lucho. He came from Porto. He came to score, came to score. Luis Diaz.
He's from Caracas.
And he plays for Liverpool. Na 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 na. Luis Diaz, he's from Caracas, and he plays for Liverpool. Honestly, it doesn't get better than this, guys. Don't know where you're watching in the world, but thank you for watching here with us, and we will keep you posted throughout the rest of this parade. Make no doubt about it.
Brilliant stuff, Errol. I've got to say, when Errol's around, you've got no choice but to have a good time. That man is a force of nature. He'll keep people on their toes around the route through the course of the city as the bus continues to weave its way down towards us here at the Strand, where people are gathered in not just the thousands, the tens of thousands. The pictures are absolutely fabulous. They are breathtaking. So we're going to take a short break, let you take them in, let it all sink in. We'll be back with more analysis, coverage and thoughts on this parade a little bit later in the afternoon. Welcome back to our coverage of Liverpool FC's Premier League Trophy Parade. More to come from our balcony position above the Strand from Gary McAllister and Neil Mellor in a few moments' time. But for now, let's jump back onto the team bus where Peter McDowell is with Harvey Elliott.
Well, Harvey's been entertaining the crowds all day. Now he's got the snacks in. How are you feeling so far, mate?
It's been amazing.
He does the lot.
Just a little midway through the game, little food top up. Then we'll be ready for action after. But you know, it's been incredible. Once again, fans have come out in numbers. The support is it's unbelievable. And yeah, you know, we've got another long way to go now. So yeah, we just need to keep enjoying it.
There's lots of little kids down there. You were one of them once. I'm sure that these things were a thing when you were younger. You'd have queued up to see the boys.
Nah, you know, it's always hard. But I think not only myself, but everyone here, you know, we always try to take the time to interact with the fans, especially, you know, the younger ones, because, you know, it will last them a lifetime. So yeah, you know, that's what we're just trying to do, and it's just not about us today, it's about the whole city, the whole club, and, you know, as I said, we just need to interact with everyone.
I know being a professional footballer for Liverpool is an unbelievable thing to have, but this experience for the boys feels priceless when you're looking at the look on your faces, looking back at the fans again.
Yeah, it's like, you can't really describe it, how it feels. It's kind of, in the moment, you need to see it to feel how you feel. But you know, we've worked so hard for this season. Everyone involved in the club, the fans, you know, everyone from the training ground to the people who work at Anfield. You know, it's all together. It's not just the players. You know, it's all as one. And times like this, you know, not only for us but for everyone involved. You know, it's memories of a lifetime.
Give your mate a tap there. Let's try and get Queevy involved here. Another Liverpool fan who is kind of living out your dreams a little bit here. It feels a little bit of a surreal experience, all this.
Yeah, I'm just trying to take it in, but like it's just amazing. Obviously, all the fans coming out. There's so many people already. It's been mental, and like you say, it's a dream to be on the bus, to be honest. Oh, yeah.
And you're doing it with your mates. I think that's the most important thing here, and it's been such a big part of the season and the last couple of years of you being here. This camaraderie you've got seems unrivaled.
Yeah, to be fair, I think everyone on the team is really close with each other. You see everyone really close unit. And like you say, that's the best thing. We're enjoying it together with each other. That's how it should be, and yeah, loving it.
And you know that focus you've had over the last 10 months of trying to win games. How important is it to celebrate and relax together as well?
Yeah, of course. Obviously, like you say, it's been a long season. We put a lot of work into it, and if you get a reward, you need to celebrate it right as well. So it's nice to be able to do that.
And I think just finally, you've been responsible for how many flights have been coming over from Ireland. It seems like the whole country is evacuated to be here.
We're not finished yet.
Great stuff on the bus there. I did wonder that Pete might have gone off the edge at the end there, though. I think he's taken his life in his hands for us to gather those interviews. We are back in our balcony position just above the Strand as the tens of thousands now, I think it is, gather behind us. Sadly, the weather is not improving. We are battling on as much as we can. We want to make sure we bring you as much of today as possible. And to be fair, the conditions aren't putting off any of the guys and girls below. The numbers continue to build and build. Gary and Neil are back with me. We've gone from no coats to coats, no umbrella to umbrellas now, and Neil's doing a fabulous job of keeping that one under control because
British
the wind is gusting.
never lets you down, the British
Honestly,
weather.
A month of nothing but sunshine, and then we get a parade.
It's gorgeous.
It's
gorgeous.
It's shocking, but again, spirits remain high. The pictures are absolutely incredible. And every time we look down behind us, guys, it just, another element gets brought into it, another level it goes to. The fireworks continue to go off, the flares are there, the banners are there, we've had beach balls, there's kids now on the Strand playing football between each other. It's just make the most of it.
Every bit of the ground is covered now. It's just remarkable.
It is absolutely staggering stuff. And great to see the players on the bus really reveling in it. Harvey refueling, restocking, Neil taking it all in and appreciating it. You know, these guys, especially the younger lads, they're still they're still appreciative of what this is.
Yeah, and it's also an experience they'll never get tired of doing. You know, they won't have too many opportunities to do this. You can see the enjoyment, the buzz it's giving them. It's giving all the fans as well the chance to thank them. And I don't know if it's Quiveen Kelleher said, it just brings us together one more time. And they've had a few trips away and they've enjoyed winning the league early. But days like today will bring them closer, and team bonding is so important. To win as a group of players has been absolutely key, and these scenes are just special. They really are.
You know, when people ask you what is team spirit, it's team spirit. You know, when you celebrate together after you've won something, that's what true team spirit brings, and it's something they'll never ever forget.
But also team spirit takes you a long way, doesn't it? Do you know, it makes those difference. That you lose percent, we need to get a win or get a result or find something.
I thought that there was many games this season where we struggled to get top form. But we always seem to manage to find a way how to win. And teams that win leagues, that plays a big part. Even when you're not playing well, you just find a way. Coming together, believing that you're just going to nick a goal, and invariably, Mo Salah was there to produce a moment. But just finding a way to win is what true champions do.
Plenty of examples of that, wasn't there? I'm thinking, certainly at Anfield, Chelsea.
Yeah, there's loads,
Chelsea was a game which could have been a draw rather than a victory. That felt 3 big points at the time. Brighton as well, 1-0 down at half time. Yeah. That was a special sort of 10-15 minute period where we took the game away from them, and you know, there was plenty more examples during the season.
The one that jumps out is obviously 0-0 with into 90 odd minutes, and Darwin Núñez gets a couple at Brentford. That was finding a way how to win.
You need to have moments like that. You know, people, it's a myth, the idea. No team wins a league by dominating every game and winning every game by 2 or 3 goals. That's just not how it happens. Yeah, there'll be games along the way where a team can blow someone away, but generally speaking, a lot of matches along the course.
I would honestly safely say in a 38-game season that you'll play at top form in single figures. I think it's that less. It's probably, if you play really, really well 10 times, that would be pretty rare.
Moments like this do reinforce that team spirit, do remind you of why you do it, and also it's something you channel next season. With the fact that you know what's at the end of it. If you can do it all again, you can find rewards like this. It gives you that extra spur to say, I want to taste this again. I don't want this to be my only parade. I want to be able to do it once more. Yeah, it's just that incentive. An incentive for what you can achieve. If you can get success, you can get somewhere, Gareth.
Sorry, you were saying?
What was gone?
I really wish we were in vision then. It was just that idea that if you get a taste of this, you want more of it. You don't want this to be your only taste of this. But some of the boys have done this a few times now, and the ones who haven't, this is the first experience you will say, you know what? No, this is going to be my last chance to do this.
You've got it's how you just keep building on what's been achieved this year is the big marker of a true great side. You know, and if we can build on this season's performance and obviously winning the league, you then it brings on that the demand of the great teams that have to repeat, and they just keep repeating and repeating. We spoke about Guardiola, Man City, and keeping the players refreshed and going again. This is going to be a job for Arnie to build on the team, and let's start the next season or get into pre-season. Let's go and try and do it again.
I also think there'll be times next season in some of his team talks where he'll say, remember the bus parade, they're the people you're doing it for. They're the people that you're doing it for. They're the ones that you're going out there to win these trophies for, to play these games. And a lot of them don't get the chance to get into the stadiums, the home games, the away games, but they still have that love, they still have that passion for Liverpool Football Club. And it's days like today where the players just realise the impact they have on so many lives, so many different generations, some of the older fans that have seen some of the great sides from previous times, the 80s and that sort of era, to the youngsters who've only ever known sort of the Jurgen Klopp time and now this season. So it's absolutely amazing, it really is.
I think we've spoken about it as well. Any players thinking about moving to this country to play in the Premier League, when they see these pictures, they must be thinking, oh, that must be a decent place to go and play your football.
Okay, well, these scenes will continue for another couple of hours. Yeah, we're going to take another short break. Right just now, though, we'll head back to that team bus. And Pete, to get more reaction from the first team squad.
Well, the boys are on the front of the bus. We're going to speak to Federico Chiesa in a second, but I think Lucho wants to introduce him. Who's this?
Fede! Hey, look, his English is actually good. He just doesn't want to speak. Lucho, how'd you feel today?
Very, very good, bro.
Fede, I just caught you looking at your Premier League medal there a moment ago. On your own, nobody with you. It almost feels a bit like an out-of-body, surreal experience.
Yeah, it is. It is actually. Today is unbelievable to celebrate such a trophy with the fans and staying on this bus with the lads. It's just incredible. It's incredible. We deserve it. My teammates were incredible this year. It was thanks to the coach, thanks to the staff behind, but it was an amazing achievement, and they truly deserve to celebrate with the fans today.
You've seen famous bus celebrations in Italy before. How does Liverpool compare?
Well, actually, I never won a championship, so I don't know. Like, for the European one, it was really, really good, but today the city is just crazy, just madness out there, so it's unbelievable.
I spotted you yesterday in the Kop end in the penalty area with your brother. He was trying to film your song, and you got the Kop singing it. I mean, this is a whole family affair for you.
No, actually, the song is I have to thank the fans, because I didn't play that much this year, but to receive this love back from the fans is just amazing. I have to thank them, and the song it actually has a good tune. So I'm so proud of the team. Actually, when I first came here, they just tried to make me immediately part of the team, and they supported me even during the tough time I had this year, and I have to thank them all.
You're so popular with the boys, they love you.
Well, I'm a teammate, I'm one of the boys. I try to give, even though if I didn't play much in the trainings, I try to give my best.
sight right across Liverpool this afternoon. The colours, the sounds, absolutely wonderful. Ticker tape, red smoke, and that Premier League trophy right at the heart of it all. And it won't be long before that Liverpool bus reaches us here on the Strand. Before we get there, let's hear from the man who made it all possible, the head coach, Arne Slot.
Boss, I'm really fascinated to know where this ranks in the most thrilling days of your football journey.
I don't think that's so difficult. That's by far the number one. Yeah, this is beyond what you can expect, what you can dream of maybe. This is unbelievable.
Lots of people told you what this might be like, now you've seen it for yourself.
Yeah, you can't imagine what you see over here. So, of course, I've won a few things before and so beautiful, but this is, you can't compare it with anything.
You've taken time to look at as many people as you can, look into their eyes, you've waved to people, you've signed autographs. It's almost been like a spiritual experience.
Yeah, it is. No, young, old, every age is here. Yeah, look them in the eyes and that says it all. Indeed, that's what you said. And that's exactly how it feels, yeah.
The best bit seemingly is still to come. You're still to reach the big long road on the Strand where there's probably going to be hundreds of thousands of people left.
Yeah, you can hardly imagine that there are still more citizens of Liverpool over there. So all through the route there are so many people where you would expect maybe a few, and then everyone over there, but it's beyond my dreams.
What a sight, what a sound, what a privilege to be part of that and to witness that. Those Liverpool players coming right through the heart of the city with that Premier League trophy and greeted by thousands and thousands of supporters who are just overjoyed that they have delivered title number 20. Oh, what a feeling to be a player on that bus this afternoon. Let's get a player's perspective. A couple of the first team squad have been speaking to Peter McDowell.
Ali, it was about 6 years ago we were going down this road. You just won the Champions League and you spoke about how important it was going to be to celebrate a Premier League with the fans. And now here we are in 2025, you've done it.
Yeah, we've done it. It's unbelievable. It's hard to believe that we are here, that we achieved this. It's so hard. It's so hard. We worked so hard for so many years. Arriving close, sometimes not that close. It's so difficult to win this title, but we were able to win it this season, and having the opportunity to celebrate in front of our fans is fantastic, amazing.
You were so good, you had the opportunity to celebrate against Tottenham, had the celebration again yesterday, and now today. It feels like we never want this to end.
Well, it's a long way celebrating, to be honest. I don't have the age anymore to do that. 4 weeks of celebration. But yeah, I'm really happy. I just want to enjoy as much as we can this moment, because we know how football, things change quickly. And tomorrow, when the celebration finishes, we go for a new challenge. We go for a new challenge, but we celebrate now.
You got a kiss from the captain there before. You've done this together before. When you do it again, does it feel almost a little bit better than it did before?
Well, I think during the years we developed a really good relationship between the players, and obviously with Virgil, with Robo, with Trent. It's been 7 years here at Liverpool, so we create really special connections, and it feels even more special to win titles with this kind of connections. Obviously with the other lads that I don't play long enough, you still create connection, and this makes everything special. So the connection between the players, but the connection with the people, with the city, with the supporters, with the club, that makes everything much more special.
Well, listen, go and celebrate now. Go and celebrate now.
We celebrate now.
Oh, Conor, tell us the story through your eyes. When you joined Liverpool, they just won the Champions League in 2019, and now you're part of the most outrageous celebration.
I know. Just the whole day, yesterday and today, has been unbelievable. To see all our fans out here, it's incredible. Really.
Are you able to take it in? This is the culmination of so much hard work from when you were a little boy.
Yeah, obviously it takes a lot to get to this point, but I don't know if you can take this in. There's too much going on. Honestly, it's incredible. So we're so thankful for all the support throughout the year, and to have moments like this, it's incredible.
The one thing I've noticed about you all throughout the day is you're so eager to enjoy it with your mates, aren't you?
Yeah, well, we're a good group of lads. We all love each other, and we have a good time in each other's company. So we just love being together, and days like this, we'll never forget days like this, ever.
Loads of people talk about the fact you're only 21, you've achieved what you have already. Are you already thinking about next season and the thought of becoming almost a senior player now?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, next season I want to take another step forward. And obviously the goal at this club is always to win trophies. So next season we want to obviously add to that. We want to win the Champions League, we want to win the Premier League again. So hopefully we can do that and make next season another special season.
I know the experienced players saying to you, embrace these moments, enjoy them. Sometimes you wait a long time for moments like this.
Yeah, well, in every huddle, Virgil always says, enjoy the moment you're in, and that's massive because you have to enjoy it. And days like this, you cannot enjoy this. This is unbelievable. So,
are you ready for the Strand and what that might look like now?
The what?
The Strand, the big long road.
I don't know what's going to happen down here, but I'm going to embrace it all. It's going to be incredible.
Enjoy, mate.
Cheers.
Well done.
We are here, we have made it back down to the Strand, we have beaten the parade bus down. It is absolute chaos down here, but the fans are still in good voice because Liverpool are champions! Champions! Ole, ole, ole! Champions! Champions! Ole, ole, ole! Okay, I am here with a couple of fans, guys. How far have you travelled down?
I've come all the way from Rotherham, Sax, Yorkshire, Liverpool. You never walk alone.
You never walk alone.
Champions!
Champions! And as you can see there, even the car park is full with flags, Liverpool fans, banners, the lot, because Liverpool are the best team in the world.
100%.
Mate, sum up for me how this season has been for you.
Fantastic, brilliant.
one of the best seasons we've ever had. We will keep on going. Liverpool will never walk alone. Ole, ole, ole.
Ole, ole, ole. I love that. Thank you very much, fella. Take care. All the best.
Fantastic sights above Liverpool, and the people just making their way out of the Strand or off the Strand, but it was Liverpool supporters as far as the eye could see for a while, and fireworks, well, more fireworks in fact are going off from the Liver building behind me just as we speak now. People start to disperse but off into the city centre and to enjoy the night, I am sure, because it has been an absolutely brilliant celebration this afternoon, fitting of 20-time league champions, which is what Liverpool have achieved this season, and the supporters have loved each and every step of the way. And Jason McAteer and Ray Houghton have watched on this afternoon, now looking something like an Eskimo Jason with that hood up. That is the only thing that has really been a dark spot on the day. It's just dreadful weather, but I don't think anyone beneath us has actually minded one little bit. How was that to take in?
Emotional. It was amazing, you know, just to see him come past. We waited for hours, didn't we? And you know, I know the rain, it's come down, it's cold and that, but my word, that was a show, wasn't it? That was a show. Brilliant.
And that was it, Ray, isn't it? That it's a show in terms of what you're seeing, what you're hearing, what you're smelling, the fireworks, the smoke, everything, and then that roar as the players came through the Strand, and then a brilliant chorus of "You'll Never Walk Alone" as well. It's quite something to be part of.
It certainly was, Robert. We'd say the ending was spectacular, and it had to be "You'll Never Walk Alone." It's the iconic song. It's what Liverpool's all about, and you've got to say the patience of the fans who've waited hours just to see the buses come along for a brief moment or two was absolutely incredible, but it was unique today. It really was, and it's set such a high benchmark of how you celebrate winning the title. There'll be other clubs watching, and if they win it, well, I'll tell you what, it'll be very tough to top what Liverpool have done today.
I said to Ray about American sports, and I went, you know, do they do this thing in America? And they don't do it, do they? So I can't imagine what the owners must. I just can't fathom what they must think.
I think the owners today were learned a lesson to what they might have to do in the future in America, because, listen, I've been on parades with the bus around the city with trophies. I've never seen anything like this. I mean, the players must be bursting with pride and joy and happiness. So many fans have come out in atrocious weather conditions. I mean, the way it's been recently, it's been absolutely fantastic. But today, with the rain that we had, it was a real shame. But you know what? Just listen to the noise out there, the buzz around the city. They don't care about the weather today. They've come out to support their team, to say thank you to the players and all the staff for all the hard work they've put in over the course of the season. And it's just absolutely brilliant. I wouldn't want to be the one that's going to clean up tomorrow, because I think
it'll take more than a dustpan and brush, that won't it?
It certainly will, but what a day. It's been exceptional.
You said, Jason, or Ray said about other clubs will be watching. What about potential new players that are watching that? It's a pretty easy sales brochure, that, isn't it? Have a look at that video for a few minutes. Come and play here.
I know, and you know, players talk about when Jurgen used to ring them up, and he was the influence. I think Virgil's gone on record saying he was a big influence, wasn't he, for him signing and stuff. But I know Arne Slot is a different character, more of an introvert and stuff, and I'm sure he, you know, could get a player over the line, but I think all he has to do is put that video on, doesn't he?
I wonder what Arnie thought of it. I'd love to hear his thoughts on the day and what it meant to him. I mean, he's very much been on the back foot, if you like, sat aside from it and let the players enjoy the adulation of supporters. And he's been on the periphery over it. But I just wondered deep down how emotional he's been of what's happened.
When he spoke to Pete a little bit earlier, said best moment in football that, and he has achieved and won titles in the Netherlands. But I mean, this will top that tenfold.
It'll never be beaten, though, will it? Yeah, like no other club, because my wife spent a bit of time in Madrid, and obviously she's been part of gone out and seen their celebrations and stuff with the fountain. They used the fountain, and she said it's nothing like this. She said it doesn't even compete. Unbelievable.
Just a final word then Ray, as
you'll be really looking forward to it. There'll be some players who will sadly move on for a variety of reasons. There'll be new players coming in. How quickly they settle will be instrumental in how well Liverpool do. Obviously, the signings he brings in is where he is going to be tested as a manager. But I'm sure he's thoroughly looking forward to it. Look, listen, next season will take care of itself in a few weeks' time. Just let's enjoy what's happened over the 24-25 season. It's been a joy. It's brought so much happiness to the city. Having lost out on a few occasions in the last few years by the odd point here and there, to actually get over the line again, having to wait 5 years, all credit to the new manager coming in, and all credit to the players for the effort and the energy they put into this season.
Chaps, thank you very much indeed. Go and dry off. Such a shame that cream suit never saw the light of day, Jason, isn't it?
I'll have to take it back now.
We will see you next season. Let's get some final thoughts from Mark Benstead and his team.
Thank you, Rob. Yeah, Gary and Neil are back with me here, but also joined by Errol, who was one of our roving reporters out on the streets for us today, just to get an idea of what it was like at ground level. Errol, sum it up for us. What was it like? What was the atmosphere like? What was the mood like as you made your way around Liverpool today?
Honestly, the rain could not stop the vibes that were out there on the streets today. The energy was incredible. You can probably tell I've started to lose my voice a little bit, but the fans, young and old, were all out there, all celebrating. We even seen a couple of impartial fans there, Blues that were in there getting in the good spirits with the family and friends. So it was incredible. People throwing garden parties, all sorts. And do you know what? We deserve this. Everybody in this city has been waiting for moments like this. And I personally have waited my whole life to be able to see these scenes and celebrate it with people, and I just feel very privileged to be able to be a part of it.
Did you get a sense that because it was the Premier League title, it had added an extra little bit to it? Because we've done parades before, we've had success before, but being able to celebrate that trophy, it made it all the more special for people.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, 2005 we had the Champions League. I remember being on the Five Ways as a kid, and it was booming there. But now to be able to be in and amongst it on the Strand, like you couldn't move. It was shoulder to shoulder. And you just felt the energy and the buzz was just electric. You really could. And you could see it on people's faces. You could see it the way that they was expressing themselves. Everybody today will have created moments and memories that will last them a lifetime. And honestly, I just can't believe that to be able to see it and witness it. Last time it was in 4K, this was in 8K high definition, and it was unbelievable.
Final thoughts then. What image above all images from what you saw today as you moved around the city really sticks in the memory that you'll take and keep there for the years to come?
Some of those young fans, to be honest with you, those young fans, for them, not having to wait a whole lifetime, not having to be an adult to see it all. As a child, it just makes it special. That's what makes you fall in love with the football club, when you're really young and you see your heroes going past, celebrating with silverware. For me, seeing their faces, seeing their relation and how they was able to celebrate it with their family, with the parents, for me, that'll last me the rest of my life. It was unbelievable moments.
Great stuff, Errol. You'll sleep well tonight. Go and get yourself a well-deserved beverage. Great stuff. That's the feeling out on the streets today. Neil, Gary, well, let's just wrap things up in terms of what we've seen. It's incredible. You just said, Gary, you didn't expect it to be quite like this, quite as big as this.
Yeah, I had a vision of what today was going to be like. I've been in the city for 3 or 4 days. I felt the energy just get bigger and bigger, the atmosphere, the anticipation, but I could never envisage this. It blew me away, actually. It was just hundreds deep for nearly 14k, 10 miles. It's been remarkable.
I think the feeling of joy, happiness, emotion. We've seen all the pictures on the TV throughout the city of Liverpool fans coming and sharing the moment with the players to thank them. But even here, the build-up all day has been thinking, they're going to be here, and the fans have been out there. It's been horrible weather, and they have been out there early just to witness the players coming past, just to thank them and create memories, which is what football does. We see it inside the stadiums with football matches, many famous games, but these sort of occasions are really unique and really are to be cherished.
If you want to learn how to celebrate winning the top division in your country, you could do a lot worse than come and just witness what happened here today.
By the way, Robin mentioned it'd be difficult for Arne Slot to follow what he's done this season. It'd be difficult for any team to follow the celebrations today if we aren't the ones to claim the title next season, because this is a tough act to follow. You mentioned, Neil, then that it's a case of the fans wanted to come out and thank the players, but in turn now the players almost have to thank the supporters next season by doing something similar, bringing more success.
Yeah, I think that would be a motivation to say, remember those scenes, remember what it meant to those fans when you were going past everybody, the different fans, the older generation, the younger fans, and saying, put a smile back on the faces. Do you want to see that again? Do you want to be part of that again? And it'll be tough. It'll be tough next season. We expect teams to come back and try and battle for the title, thinking Arsenal, thinking Manchester City, but we're in a great position. We're in a fantastic position. Loved this season. The players deserve the little break that they're going to get, time away with the families, and can't wait for next season.
Yeah, bring it on. Gentlemen, thank you for your contributions today and your support through the course of the season. I hand you back to Rob now, who'll bring the curtain down on this afternoon and, of course, this campaign as a whole. Rob.
Mark, thank you very much indeed. So Liverpool's players will rest and recuperate after they have finished celebrating, because Anfield once again is the home of the English League champions. Title winners for a 20th time, and today nothing was going to rain on Liverpool's parade. Bye-bye.
There's the celebration you've been waiting for. Liverpool are the champions of the Premier League.
Back where they rightly belong. Top of the table, top of the league, champions yet again.